touch the obelisk.
Good evening, everyone. My microphone working? It is! I just have one extra audio input. I didn't see my microphone and I was like, ah! I must have broken it. It's not broken. I'm just not the brightest bulb in the box, that is all. Well, how's everyone doing? Sounds like for some it's been a great day and for others an absolutely tragic day. A moment of silence for Axel's Diet Coke. That really sucks. Absolutely horrible. Axel, I hope you can get another one. Fingers crossed. Was it, I mean, I'm assuming you spilled the entire 2-liter. How was that for cleanup? Was that an absolute nightmare? 'Cause that sounds terrible. Absolutely horrible. Let's see, Jesse, how we doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. Control, glad you're here. Once you drop a 2-liter, the whole thing is ruined. It's true. Can't get it back. It's gone. Gone forever. Not all of it, about 3/4. Took an hour and a half. Yeah, that is... It's very sticky. You're not just wiping that stuff up. You're scrubbing for a while. Well, hopefully on the next one it won't do that. And hey, at least you had a quarter of your Diet Coke left, so That's good. That's good. Autumn__. Welcome. Glad you're here. Let's see who else we got already. We got Cameron. Welcome.
Prepare for trouble, and make it double. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth. That's right.
Meowth, that is right. It's a good group we've got here. It's a good group. Even with Pharaoh Inkling here, it's a good group. Welcome, Pharaoh Inkling. All right. I think that's everyone so far. I believe. Just gotta make sure there's no messages from Loki yet. Because knowing my luck, I would have accidentally skipped over Loki's message. And that would be a bad time. A terrible time. All right. Well. Let's see here. We have got so much we're going to be working on tonight. I'm excited. You excited? First and foremost, I have a very quick, not necessarily, okay, so I decided to try my hand at a little bit of pixel art, specifically with some monsters, because I know, Autumn__. I know that you're going to be working on them, but I also know there's probably going to need to be a lot, and I didn't want to put all of that on your shoulders. So, let me see if I can get this pulled up. Here we go. So basically, I didn't actually like make the pixel art itself. They are some of the monsters from RPG Maker MZ, and I just kind of pixelized them and recolored them. So we're gonna have some more monsters in the tomb, so it's not so bland feeling. So we've got just a couple basic slimes, and then a couple bats. So some red bats, some green bats, some blue bats, and some purple bats. So, and of course the obelisk still. So nothing that crazy. I was just like, you know what? We should probably have something more than just the one type of monster that I have so far. And I will eventually be adding the slime that you made, Autumn__. I just need time to get it in, animate it, because I need like a couple of frames. I'm basically going to do the exact same thing that I did with these monsters here, where like it's quite literally like I just move the pixels around a little bit. Nothing that crazy, you know, make it look a little bit like that. Ooh, fancy. But not really. So yeah, we will get to that. We will definitely get to that. Anyway, so there will be a couple new monsters. I also decided that the obelisk was a little bit too tall, the old one that we used to have. So if I pull up the old one, let me come in here really quick. That's the problem. I felt like I was shouting into the microphone because I had the music up just a little bit too much.
Cameron Reed 2 just redeemed stretch.
Everyone ready for some good old stretches? I hope so. We're stretching. We're gonna mix it up though. We're gonna go backwards first. And try not to tip over backwards. And then to the this way. And then to the that way. Oh, a great way to start off the evening. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, so the obelisk, if you remember, it was a little bit taller here, and then, yeah, made it a little bit, if I can find the obelisk again, made it a little bit shorter. So, nothing that crazy. I just wanted to fit in the room a little bit better, and now it does. Okay, so things we're going to be working on tonight. We need to get the mini-boss back into the tomb. I think we were kind of working on that last time, if I remember right. I think. I believe, so if we come in here into the RTG spawn, we come down here, set mini-boss spawn. Well, that was easy to find. Yeah, so I think we should have it technically working. That's right. That's right. We got it to the point where the door would spawn and it showed a message. And I think that's where we ended. Pretty sure. Want to double check though. Want to make sure I'm on the right page. Okay, so room 18 is where the mini boss is at. Crap. Just let me go over it. There we go. Yes. You see a well-constructed wooden door ahead. Loud footsteps can be heard pacing back and forth from within. Oh yeah, and then enter room, clears the text, but doesn't actually do anything. That's where we ended. So that's what we need to finish up. So I guess technically we do have a spawn for the mini-boss, so we don't need to technically take care of that yet. We will be. We will be. But not technically yet. Let's see here. Oh, Autumn__. You were over on the... I was wondering who was leaving already. I was like, wait, who's Jesse saying bye-bye to? That makes more sense. Good to hear, Jesse. Looking forward to seeing it. I'm gonna try and get the new demo done for next fest toward the end of the year. Very nice. That would be awesome. The Chalice. Ooh, we could call it the Chalice instead of the Obelisk. A thought. We definitely could go that way instead. I'm gonna jot that down just to remember. Obelisk, and then in the parentheses, how do you spell chalice? Chalice? Maybe. We might go with that instead. Now that it's not really an obelisk anymore, we do need to call it something else. Yeah, we'll get it figured out. Did I miss anything? You need those to breathe. How can I stretch while walking? You gotta stop walking, and then you need to like, you know, do that whole thing where you like put your toes on the curb, but your heels are like, so your feet are like this. You like stretch out your calves. Good way to go. Lunges, it's always also a good way to go. You need those to breathe. Wait, no, I'm dyslexic. Going to say my cookies, get some cookies in my tummy. That sounds pretty good. I hope you brought enough for everybody. All right. Okay, cool. Well, here we go. So I think what we're gonna do first and foremost is attuning to the Chalice. If you remember, we were going to give a way for the player to be able to figure out the direction of the mini-boss. So, if you come in here, now I have to actually remember, do we have the attune button? I think we have the button, but it doesn't actually do anything yet. So, 49, of course. All the way the freak up here. Okay. That is what I want to find, but I want to attune to it first. 48, of course. I need to remember that 9s are over here on the left side of the map. There we go. Okay, yeah, so attune to obelisk, guide to floor boss. Yes, so then if you were to click that, then it would actually show the message. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so let's figure out how we're gonna do that. So player blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice, attune to obelisk. So this is what we actually need to change is right here. So when you release, this is the actual stuff. So when you release, oh, wait. Player blood sacrifice. We're just gonna put complete on that so that I know, because this is after you have done the sacrifice. This is before. Yes. All right, cool. So right here. Yeah, so we need to change the text. Where are we setting the text before? It's in here, correct? Yes. Power force can be felt, so we got attune to the obelisk. So let's grab that. Now let's put this over into here. So I think we also need to... Wait, audio only... Oh, audio only for now. Okay. You had me worried there for a second there, Cameron. I thought you were meaning the video cut out and it was audio only. I was like, that is not good. Oh, what the freak? Had a hair in my apple juice. I'm gonna hope it's mine. The chalice, since it's purple, maybe the mana chalice. You feed it your mana or the boss. You can do that. We don't really have mana though. Now that I think about it. Yeah, we don't really have mana. It's because you're technically the spells that you're casting are with the cards. So I mean, I guess kind of technically the mana you have is the card draw amount. But we could introduce mana. We could. Although I do have an idea for a little bit of an update to the chalice image. and so I'm kind of excited to actually make it. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Let's see. Autumn__ says, hi lurkers. That's true. Hello. If you're lurking, welcome. Glad you're here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Okay, so what we need to do is when you attune, we need to turn on a switch. This switch is going to be called attuned to. We just start calling the chalice attuned to chalice. I'm going to keep calling it obelisk though, because I'm going to go through and rename everything once we get to that point, once we decide the chalice is the way we want to go. So yeah, so attuned to obelisk. All right. So that turns that on. And then what we need to do, guide to floor boss. I'm kind of thinking there's not really going to be an option anymore once you've attuned to the obelisk. So would we put? I'm trying to decide if we would. So with the message it's showing, should we show it at the bottom of that message? So it'd be like a powerful force can be felt emanating from the extinguished obelisk or chalice, or as Control says, chalabisk. We can go with chalabisk. Just make our whole new thing. It's an obelisk you drink out of. I like it. A chalabisk. I got me. Anyway, so emanating from the extinguished obelisk, a blood sacrifice may again rekindle its teleportation abilities. And then, oh, actually, wait, I think I had some text written down. A faint pulse of magical energy flows to the north. That's right, I did have a little quote thing, line of dialogue. So maybe here, just in parentheses, we'll put a faint pulse of magical energy flows to the north. Yeah, something like that. So that will be once it's turned on. So once you click on it, it'll change the message to that. And then we'll change this from attuned to obelisk. And then it would say something like head north. Yeah. So that's if you were going to be going north, obviously. Okay. I'm like starting to think of some of the things we're gonna have to do for actually guiding the player. It's gonna kind of suck. It's gonna be all right though. It's gonna be all right. Chobelisk. You go that way too. Autumn__ has an announcement. Special event. All text-to-speech text rewards in the next 2 minutes will be fully refunded. Oh dear. Autumn__ What are you doing? What are you talking about? But I can agree. I can agree. Trying to spice up your channel, Moon Man. I appreciate that. Spice it up. We do need some spice in here. You hear that, everyone? Fully refunded. So, if you're over on Twitch, do some text-to-speech. I hope that maybe one day I can figure out if it's possible to do text-to-speech stuff on YouTube. Because I got to the point. So I'm sure. I mean, like I don't think I talked about this on the last stream. I don't know if anyone over on YouTube would have noticed, but you can do like the super chats and things like that now. You can also join. So you know, if you feel so inclined to join, kind of like over on Twitch where you can be a subscriber, on YouTube you can like join. So if you feel so inclined, but I don't know if there's any way to do kind of like what Twitch can do, which is, you know, doing like I know they don't have channel point equivalents, but I don't know if like with super chats, if I can do any kind of pop up on the screen. I'll figure it out. One of these days I will figure it out. But anyway, okay, cool. Let's see here. So when you attune to it, it changes the text, a faint pulse of energy, a magical energy flows to the north. I think that should be fine.
Cameron Reap 2 says, fun fact. You can bring up the number layout on iOS to send your message.
I don't know what that means. I don't use iOS, so maybe people on iOS will know what that means. That is a fun fact. I like that. Someone get this Cameron some channel points back. See, look at that, spicing it up already. Okay, so I think that should be fine. We'll just put it at the bottom, and then the once upon a time option for attuning, we'll just say attune to obelisk, head north. Yeah, should be fine. Should be fine. And then it will turn on the switch, attuned to obelisk. Okay. So we need a conditional branch. So if the switch attuned to obelisk is off, we'll do that. Then it turns it on at the end. There we go. Cool, cool. So then, with that, what we need to do, slice into your hand, causing it to pool. Okay. Autumn__ is fast.
Autumn_falls_ today says, I'm abusing my mod powers hair also lol 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 lol.
I like how the speech to text will skip over if you have too many consecutive like patterns of letters in a row. Like it should have been hee 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 hee. Instead it's like hee 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 also. I'm not doing all that. It happens. It happens. I just spilled my apple juice on me. Now I kind of know how you feel, Axel. Except for I spilled like 3 drops. All right. Now we do need to take into account if you have already attuned. So over here, so a magical portal has opened up. A low hum can be heard coming from the now active sigil. We don't need to worry about that. Powerful force can be felt emanating from the extinguished obelisk. A blood sacrifice may once again rekindle its... Okay, so right here, we then need to say, conditional branch, if the switch attuned to obelisk is on, we'll need to say, do that. If not, then set that message to be blank. And then same thing here with option number 2. I say, if it's on, do this one. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay, so if it's on, it will say a faint pulse of magical energy flows to the north. And then for the option, if you've already attuned, then it'll just say attuned to obelisk, head north. Yeah. Okay. I think the only other thing then, see well constructed wooden door. You and your mod powers, autumn__. Okay, so... Oh, that's right. Okay, so then I also want to say... Attune to obelisk. Right here. If you have already attuned. So let's do... Yeah, let's do this. So, conditional branch. If attuned to obelisk is on... And when you hover over this section, we're going to do nothing. We're just going to erase picture number 39. But if not, then we're going to do all of that stuff. Cool. All right. That should be good. That should be good. Now let's head in here. I mean, it's not all done, because obviously it's not always going to be to the north. We're going to have to... It's going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit to get that working. But this is just to make sure that we have the groundwork for making the messages change. That's some windy, loopy dungeons right there. Alright, so it just says yada yada yada. There's no extra message, so if you attune to the obelisk, guide to floor boss, if you click it, we'll then add a faint pulse of magical energy flows to the north. Then attune to obelisk, head north. Can't click it again. Awesome. But then if you submit the self-blood sacrifice, it'll then do that, it'll activate. And yeah, you slice into your hand, creating a deep wound, causing blood to rain. Causing blood to begin, not rain, to pool in your palm. Leave, come back, it's on, pool. Okay, there we go. So that is the groundwork. Now we need to actually figure out how we're going to make this work. The north and the south, that one's going to be easy enough. The east to the west, that one's going to be a little bit more difficult. So let's figure this out. Okay. Yeah, let's have that on. Okay, so as you can see here, this is the map, and every single room ID is listed out. So room number 1 starting here in the bottom left corner up to room number 60 in the top right corner. So as far as north and south goes, let's say, for example, this blue square. Here, let's figure out where the freak is this blue square. Ooh. Auto select. Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. It's the easiest way to find these layers. Okay, so we've got player right there. Player. There we go. And we'll just call this one obelisk. Move that over to there and call it green. Okay, so let's say the obelisk is in room 32. And we'll say the mini boss is in room 51. Oh, crap. I also just realized. Okay, so maybe just saying north, south, east, west, maybe that's not actually going to. So here's the thing. If, say, for example, the obelisk room is here and the mini boss is up here, we couldn't just say go north, because you'd want a little bit more specific directions. You'd be like, oh, go northeast. You'd need to get from here to there. But then same thing goes for, you know, if the obelisk is here and the mini boss is here, you'd still want to say go northeast. I just spilled on myself again. What the freak is with my drinking problem tonight? My apologies. Okay. How are we going to factor this? So there's 6 floors on every horizontal line of rooms. Or there's 6 rooms on every horizontal line on the floor. There's, I believe, 10. Yeah. So there's 10 vertically and 6 horizontally. Wait, what the? Learning how to be a Halloween pumpkin. What's going on here? Oh my gosh, Windows, you are the absolute worst. I'm so bad at this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Should have been hee. Like it should have been hee. But instead it's like hee. It's true. You know it, I know it, we all know it. It's very true. Okay. Thank you for that clip, I appreciate that. Just says, but what if there is no path north or east to get to the boss? You have to go west, then north, then east. Ooh, that's true. Jesse, you bring up an absolutely fantastic point. Because, yeah, if the only path to get up to here, because, yeah, so say you're in this room, right? And you're trying to get into the blue room. But the only available path to get to said blue room is if you go like, whoop, 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 whoop. It just crash. Ah, freaking media player. My computer's in great shape, everybody. It is absolutely fantastic. I don't get how it's so not good. Go. Okay, cool. Back to it. Now, yes, so I do not, because yeah, at that point you wouldn't want to say, go north, because then it's like, well, no, because you have to go south, and then west, and then north, and then east, and then south, and then east. Had similar issues on my grid games, so figured I would give you a heads up. And I appreciate that. I thought the only, like, the biggest flaw would be, well, you know, if you're here and the mini boss is here, you know, you'd want to say, oh yeah, you need to go northeast, but it's like, but it's more than that, right? Well, here's the other thing, right? Is that, like, you know, if you're here, if this is where the chalice is, and then the mini boss is in here, and if, you know, and even if we just said something as simple as go north, because it's like, okay, then you know it's somewhere to the north of these rooms here, which is fine. We could go with something as simple as that. But again, if the only way is to then go down, over, up, you know, keeping in mind that oh my gosh, keeping in mind the mini boss is here, you're here, and you have to go down, left, up. Yeah.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Axel Benedict's Hourly Fun Facts. Plants can feel pain. They have pain receptors that shoot down to their roots. Not just that, they even have emotions. Plants will make friends with other plants and will even talk to each other with chemical signals. They also can reproduce asexually, meaning a flower can pollinate itself. Which I think is cool. Nature is crazy.
Nature is very crazy. Scary, but crazy. Yeah, I heard something about, what was it? Like the smell of grass is basically like the smell of cut grass is basically it, like, warning other plants that it has been cut and to, like, be warned. I think that something like that anyway. And I was just like, that is horrifying because I absolutely love the smell of cut grass. And it's basically its way of being like, I'm dying. And I'm like, smells so good. But I've heard anyway. Probably wrong. Oh my goodness. Wait.
We reached our new subs goal of 10. Thank you everyone.
Wait, what? We did? Thank you everyone. How? Odd __, are you changing things? Hold up, wait a minute. What the freak is happening here? The subscribers just went up, but I never saw a message. Oh, that's why. Well, thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I was very confused there for a second. Very confused indeed. All right. Cool Man Chill, hola, welcome. Glad you're here. Also, yes, Moon Mum. Glad you're here as well. All right, so maybe, yeah, just very tired. Yeah, it happens. Okay, so maybe doing something like that isn't going to be the best way to go. Maybe not. So I guess something else we could do is we could just reveal the room on the minimap. You know? So, oh my gosh. So basically, the way that it's working right now is when you start the game, let me hide all of that. When you start the game, everything is covered like that. And then as you explore the map, ooh, I just realized. Okay, yeah, we're good. Then as you explore the map, it basically is just getting rid of, you know, it's exploring it as you go around, right? So something we could do is, like, say, for example, if you're here and you're like, hey, reveal the mini boss room, it could just reveal the room that the mini boss is in. Because then you would know, okay, I need to head up in that direction. That's where they are. Let's head there. I think we might do something like that, just to make that maybe make it simple. Or do we think that's too simple? So I was wanting to go for something like very just what's the word? Generic, like a very generic direction where it's like it's not telling you where the mini boss was, just head in this direction. But I think this should be fine to, yeah, just have it be, it just reveals where the room is, and that's where you can go. I think that should work. IDK 5674, welcome. Glad you're here. Come on in. How's your day going? Let's see. What do we got here? That's true. I do know you lurk. It's a good point. It's a good point, Moon Mom. One who clips. One who clips much. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Top 3 clipper. Not bad. The most, in fact. The more views your clips get, the higher you are up in the clip leaderboard. Okay. Makes more sense. So wait, who's number 1? Loki. All right. Yep. But autumn __, you're getting very close there to number 1. Not bad. It counts the single most viewed clip. Gotcha. Well, I don't know. I don't know how all that tracks and all that fun stuff. Who knows? No one really knows. It's a mystery. Anyway, yes. Let's see. IDK says, I'm learning Korean right now. That's pretty exciting. How's that going for you? Hopefully not too poorly. Did the Moonchild change her nightlight to purple? Yes, she did. She did. She did not want it to be red tonight, so we went with purple. I usually just go up and change it to red anyway, so, you know. Cool Man Shield, that's true. There's a special deal. Free text-to-speech right now. Get it while it lasts. Otherwise, you gotta spend some channel points. No one wants to do that. Okay, so how are we going to actually reveal the room? It's a great question. Great question indeed. Let's head over to wherever the freak RPG Maker is. There it is. So the way that the maps get revealed, how does that work? I believe that works in the movement. Reveal next minimap room. Game screen.show pictures. Map. Is it actually showing the I thought it already showed all the pictures, and then it was just needing to change the opacity. Is that not how that was working before? Down here, explore new room / adding to explore quest. Get player X and Y. Show layout. Yeah, I think we're just showing all the images at first, just at 0% opacity. So I think what we can do... Actually, we should just be able to use this exact same... Okay, yeah. I'm stupid. Let's grab this. So we got the reveal next minimap room, and we can come in here, and then when you click the button, it will just do a little bit of this. So we're gonna say... Yes, right here. This is going to be reveal mini, not mono. Mini boss room on mini map. Yeah. Okay. Now, game screen.show pictures. Variable 380. What is variable 380? Great question. Let's go find out together. 380. Oh, that's right. It's 380. I was like, why the freak is this a blank variable? Because it's 380 plus 100, which is the player's location. But we don't want the player's location. We want to do, was it 523? I think that was the variable. 523. Yeah, 523 mini boss spawn location. Yes, it's 523. Okay. We're gonna say show image 380 plus variable 523, which will be the location of the mini boss. And it's going to be map plus 97 plus 523 times 4. 370 plus 36 times 98. Okay, what's 370? Oh my gosh, there's so much here that I'm just like, what is happening here? 370. Random tomb generation, picture X start. Okay. So picture X start times 36, or plus 36 times 98. That's the current room. Right? Variable 98 is variable player X and player Y. Okay.
Cleric like a cat just activated sing mode for the next 2 minutes.
Crap. All right, everyone. Here we go. Let's pull this up on the screen. We're gonna get 2 minutes on the clock. And we are going to enter sing mode. So here we go. We're going to figure this out. But I think what we can do is just come over here and we'll change the opacity on the map. That's right, I don't think we need to actually show the picture. So let's just do this. If we come over here and we just change the opacity on the picture, what we're going to do, we actually need to pull up the RPG Maker script call list. So let's do RPG Maker script call list and we'll pull that up right here. And we'll come over here and we'll go over there and let's pull this thing up now. And then let's find opacity. That's not how you spell that thing. Opacity. Let's come down here and let's figure this thing out. I don't know what we can do here because that's for the players. Wait a minute. Yes, it is. Okay, that's not what we want. What if we do the pictures and see what we've got here? If we come down here and we go down there, we'll find where we can change the opacity. But that's also not what we want. I can't believe that you have made me sing what I'm doing. I cannot believe it. Let's come over here. Oh, wait! I actually think I have this over there. All right, come on, let's come in here. I think I've got this variable backed up. No, that's not what we want. My day was going great until I was forced to sing. Please do not bring down the accordion. I don't want to play that thing in front of everyone. I'm not a good enough player to play the accordion. And that is all. Now I am done. Please don't make me sing again. We're just gonna get rid of that pixel countdown. Thank you for that. Whew. Worth it. I'm glad it was worth it for you. Oh, man. Good times, good times. Well, to anyone who may have jumped in and is not aware of what was just happening, I would like to formally apologize. Accordion, no! Absolutely no accordion. I was actually thinking about that today. I was like, what if I make that a channel point thing? And I realized, I'm like, no, because if I put a channel point for play the accordion, everyone's gonna think that I like can properly play the accordion. I took accordion lessons for like a year, maybe 2 years when I was like 13. And so my skills as an accordion player are that of a 13-year-old that took 1 year's worth of lessons. So they're not great. So for anyone expecting any kind of like Weird Al Yankovic type stuff going on with the accordion, not gonna happen. Not even close. What do you mean you can play Bluey for Moonchild? That's a simple song. That's an easy, simple song to do. So, you know. Okay, so how do you cleric like a cat? It's a great question. That is a great question. Can we has a poll? No, no polls. Unless the polls have nothing to do with the accordion, then yeah, absolutely. Polls are 100% acceptable. So I think what we need to do is take 380 plus that. Okay, so then if we come in here and replace picture 10 with picture game variables 380 plus 523. Dot underscore opacity will equal 255. Yeah. Okay, I think. I'm not going to promise anything, but I think we can then come over here and we'll test that out. Fingers crossed. IDK says, I learned like most of Hangul, the writing system, in 3 days? That is impressive. That is really impressive. Well, I salute you. I would tip my hat to you if I had a hat, because that's... Now this is coming from someone who has never been able to learn a new language, despite my best efforts sometimes. But yeah, Korean is one that I... Either like Korean or Japanese I feel like would be like one of the ones that I would want to learn. But considering the fact that I can't even learn Spanish, I highly doubt I'd be able to learn something like Korean, Chinese, Japanese, probably even something like Russian I would struggle with. So I will stick with English. Something that I can speak real good, you know? Asking what? Asking for accordion? No. No pulls about the accordion. Absolutely not. All right, so for a whoa. That is not supposed to happen. Are you telling me that both the starting exit room 8 and the mini boss spawn is 8? Holy crap. That is a crazy coincidence that they just happen to spawn in the exact same room. Huh. I could have sworn that I had set it up in such a way that it would not do that. I would say what are the odds? But I mean, technically the odds are 1 in 40 because there's 40 rooms. Still, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Okay, well, we can't really test that because it's gonna show the text for the door and not for that, for the chalice. So, all right, well, refresh that, and we're gonna need to go in and check on that code to see why it would have spawned in there, because it shouldn't have. Should not have. All right, so 33. Let's head to room 33. Let me go down. There we go. Perfect. Now, if I were to do Attune to Obelisk, Guide to Floor Boss, it should... Let me hide chat just really quick. So it should pop up somewhere in here where the mini boss floor is, where the room is. Let's give it a shot. Of course. Of course. JavaScript issues. All right, so what do we got? Game variables. Open. Open. So that's 2, 3, 2, 1. Okay. I believe... I think we just need one at the end. You're your own thing. You're your own thing. Yes. Of course I'm going to miss something like that. Of course. All right. So 36, room 13. Gosh. Get me to room 13. Go. Click this. It should show. Oh, hide the chats. Should show. Ooh, it shows. It shows. If we come down here, it should be there. What the freak just happened? Okay. That was not exactly what I was expecting. All right, so room 14. Okay, come. There we go. So if we attune to the obelisk, room is right there. If we're in room 14. So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. All right, so it's revealing room 27. Let's see here. 29. Okay. Wait, what? That's 28. Okay, so I miscounted. So is it just off by 1? Hold up. All right, what's going on here? Nick says, hello. Welcome, Nick. Glad you're here. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing pretty all right, hopefully. Gamescreen.show. So great gamescreen.picture. Game variables.value 380 plus 523. Okay. So that would be variable 380. That's this guy right here. Plus the location. So yeah, so if it was, let's just say if it was like 3, so that'd be 1, 2, 3. It'd be room 3, 383. Okay. Wait. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I forgot to turn the chats back on. We were hiding them because we were testing some stuff, and so I hid them for a little bit. Now they're back. Thank you for pointing that out. I apologize for that. Game variables.value 380. That's the picture ID though, and it's not actually showing. So over here, it shows 380 plus the player's location. What? Okay. So the player's location. This is making no sense. So variable 100 is the player's location. So 55. We're in room 55. Cool. So 22. Let's head to room 22. Okay. So the player's location. We're in room 22. That makes sense. Room 22. We're in room 22. So it should be showing image layer 22. Now, if we attune to the obelisk. Okay, this image is now being shown behind the chats because I keep forgetting to turn the chats back on. So we're just going to leave them on. So it shows the room here. That'd be 21, 20, 19, 18. Now, is it actually room 18? Oh boy. Wait, the poll ended. I don't know what's going on with the polls. I never see the polls. But obviously other people are seeing the polls. And apparently 100% said yes. Around 7,500 points. All right, we'll do it. 7,500 channel points. We'll do it. I don't see any polls. So it's the polls on Twitch. Sometimes I'm very sad that YouTube just doesn't seem to want to do anything more with their live streams. It's really sad. Like, I feel like YouTube at one point was doing really great stuff with their live stream systems, and then they just stopped. They're just like, we don't care. And I'm like, why? There's so many good things you could do. Okay, but now it's saying the mini-boss spawn location is 20. So 2 less than what it's saying. Or or 2 more, because this is revealing picture 18. This is saying it's in room 20. So if we come over here, we're in room 20, and it gets rid of that image. Now, Control says, I know. Oh, okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that, just in case. I really did think they were going to keep Steam when Twitch was dropping the ball left and right a few years ago. Yeah, it seemed like YouTube was going to overtake, like, the actual, like, the whole streaming market. Like, they were getting crazy big streamers to come over and, like, be exclusive with them. It seemed like they were introducing a whole bunch of great things, and then they were just like, eh. I'm like, all right. Okay, so that is that. Okay, so what if we then say we're gonna go to room 8. Okay, so in room 8, there's the chalice. And then down here, we're in room 8. And then if we do 523, so it's in room 46. Okay, so if we reveal this, okay. Still in room 46. Let's head up here. Head up here. But this is room 46. So it's only 2 off. What? What? 523. So 3. Game screen dot picture. 380. So it's variable 380 plus. Am I doing that wrong? I think I might be doing that wrong. No, that's how this is going on in here. Like this one, to show the image, it is like literally all it is doing is it is saying game screen dot show picture, game variables dot value 380 plus game variables dot value. Now, to be fair, this one is doing. Wait. Yeah. Game variables dot value 380. Am I? Am I going crazy? Okay, so the picture ID needs to be maintained in these parentheses. Okay, that is correct. So if we come in here, we say 380 plus that is maintained in these parentheses. So you are your own thing, plus you being your own thing. Okay, let's see, I was pretty into Twitch back then, and was ready to jump ship myself. Yeah. I mean, I feel like neither platform is necessarily the best in any way, shape, or form, but Twitch definitely has added a lot of interactivity, which is nice. I do like that. Game screen dot picture. $380 plus game variables dot value 100. I don't get it. Alright, so what if we do this? What if we say game variables dot value? No. Game variables dot set value. What variable can we use? Variables. Let's just use variable 88. We're going to say set 88 to equal game variables dot value 380 plus 522. Open, close, 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 close. Cut that. Let's just freaking see what happens there. This is taking way longer than I was expecting it to. Like, this should not be taking this long. Okay, so starting exit rooms. 41. Let's head up to room 41. Okay, so apparently it's in room number 5. That's cool. We do this. It should set variable 88 to equal 5. 88 now equals 54. Why? Why? Okay. We're saying game variables dot set value 88 to equal game variables dot value 380. So we're wanting to grab the value. Like, why? Have I shared the fire alarm story? I have not. I have not shared that story, no. Okay. This is just absolutely horrible. I am so sorry. I don't understand. Because I'm so confused. Because over here, it is working just fine. Like, this is revealing the proper thing. The proper image is being revealed by doing game variables dot value 380 plus game variables dot value player location. And that should be the exact same thing over here, which is game screen dot picture 380 plus 523. 523 is the mini boss location. Mini boss spawn location. So it should work the exact same way as the other one. Like, Like, I don't have a clue. So what if we do this? In parentheses, equals game variables dot value 380 oh wait, that's right. I forgot that I hadn't closed that out yet. So let's just we'll just kind of stretch it like this a little. Close enough. So we want to find variable We want to find this one. 51. Okay, so variable 88 is currently equal to 0. And if we do this, I hate everything. You, okay. All right. So you to you to you. Okay. Oh, tonight is not a JavaScript night, and I sincerely apologize. All right, room 2. Let's head to room 2. All right. So variable 88 is equal to 0. So if we do a little bit of dish and we say wabam, 88 is equal to 0. Okay. Trial and error with JavaScript is an absolute nightmare, but we're gonna get there. I know that we are. 44. All right, so click on that. Should then set variable 88 to equal 50. Now is 50 actually the mini boss spawn room? Nope. Mini boss spawn room is room 2. All right. I've got to have this way off. Game variables value 380 plus like Okay. All right, so what if we just change this? So 380. Hold up. Okay, that's why. This is taking the variable that the image layer ID is in addition to the mini boss spawn location. Okay, so that's not what we want. Oh my gosh. Not even close to what we want. So game.screen or gamescreen.picture. So this should be the variable that it is. Which it is. So 380. Do I need to say plus that in parentheses? I don't think so. But knowing my luck, it very well may have just been that. Maybe.
Headshot.
Headshot. I need to get more random sounds in there too. I added like the handful of initial ones and I need to get more. Need to get more. Also, Jesse, welcome back. I saw you came back a little bit ago and I'm glad you're back. Okay, so let's go find the exit spawn. So room 4. Okay. Of course that's a problem. That is quite the issue, having the exit spawn and the mini boss spawn in the exact same room. Again, I swear I put in a condition for that, but apparently it's just not working. Apparently. All right, so if we guide, okay, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Let's see, 24. It's in room 25. Oh, why? How? Why and how? Yeah, it's not in here. It's over here. Over here. All right. Reminder to donate to your local public media if you can. Get PBS passport and donate to your NPR station. There we go. Nibbly on some jellies. Very nice. I'm well, just ate some sandwiches. Delicious. Oh yeah, they were designed to be pulled, to stick out, be easily accessible, and to give you the power to clear a whole building. Very tempting. That is extremely tempting. Those good old fire alarms. Oh wait, so have you told the story then? Moonchild often beeps at Moonman, letting him know about his fire alarm mishap. If not, I can tell it. We're having a deal here. 1 free text-to-speech. Fire alarm goes beep beep. It's true. It's true. They very much go beep beep. Yeah. So just in case. So basically, for Mother's Day, I attempted. I'm going to say attempted. Very, very heavily on the attempted to make. Oh my gosh, what the frig is it called? Beef Wellington. Tried to make Beef Wellington for Moon Mum on Mother's Day, because it is one of her favorites. Failed horribly. Absolutely horrible. Gordon Ramsay is some kind of wizard. I don't know how he does it. But anyway, so I was searing the beef, and it set off the fire alarm, and our daughter was napping, and she was not a fan of that fire alarm going off. Not at all. Because basically every single day since then, multiple times a day, it'll just be like, fire alarm? Fire alarm goes beep, beep, beep. It's just like, yep, it does. So actually something that I did not tell you, Moon Mum.
Devious_oatmeal says, wake up, Moon Man, wake up. This is all a dream. It feels real, but it is not. To prove it, I bet you already forgot to give Devious Oatmeal $20.
I did. Absolutely did. Not going as well as I'd hoped. Alright, here you go. There's your $20. Take it. Take it, Devious. I mean, if you don't want it. Alright. If you don't want it, I'll keep it. That was supposed to be a very quick bit. It did not work out so well. Alright. What is... I don't know. Just hold on to it for me. Alright, I can do that. This is like actually starting to frustrate me almost as much as the mini boss did. Like I don't know. Cause like here's the thing. Over here, I am quite literally saying basically the exact same thing. This is saying game screen.picture, game variables.value 380 plus 523. Now 523 is the location of the mini boss spawn. So it should be grabbing that location and adding to it. And then this is saying game screen.show. So this is the JavaScript that's actually working. So the bottom one is. This is saying game screen.show picture as game variables.value 380 plus, I forgot to take that out. Yes, game variables plus game variables.value with 380 plus game variables.value 100. Because that is the player's location. I do not know. Because we're needing to get the image ID that we are then going to be revealing, which is what this whole thing is doing right here. So this should be grabbing that ID. So it's variable 380 plus variable wherever the player's at. So if the player's in room 5, it should be grabbing variable 385. And then same thing here. If the mini boss spawn room is in, I don't know, room 10, then it should be saying variable 310. Are you sure the calls are being called from the right variables? I mean, pretty sure. So here's the thing. So this JavaScript right here. So this one that I know that is working right here, this bottom one that's highlight. That is the thing that is revealing the rooms as you move around. So if I bring this up here, I do new game, this, that, yes. So if I come in here and it shows the room right here. And then if I were to go, there we go. If I were to go one to the left, so over into this room, it is taking the player's new location and it is showing that picture. And I can do the exact same thing over and over and over again, right? And it'll show the next room. And so I'm literally copying that code and I am just swapping out the player's location with the mini boss spawn location, which should be variable 523, which it is. 523 is equal to 8. So it should reveal image, let's see which ones, has explored, room pick ID. Yeah. So yeah, room pick ID. So basically, if it has a 0, that means there is no room there. Yeah, yeah, because it's not going to ever spawn the mini boss starting point in an empty room. So yeah, so 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. No, that should be right, because these are all the image layers, like the IDs. This is 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, so on and so forth. So it should be taking 8. Yeah, so it should be taking 380, which is this variable right here, so equal to 0, plus 8. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Room pick ID, 8. Should be image layer 51. Okay. Let's see. Cameron says, no matter now. Gonna go watch YouTube. No worries. Enjoy. So anyway, yeah. So it should be showing image layer 51. But it's not. I don't know why. Because yeah, it's like it's literally the exact same thing, just based off of a different variable to get its location. 523 instead of 100, because 100 is the player's location, and variable 523 is the mini boss location. 380. Yeah, I just not a clue. Game variables dot value. Game variables dot value. Like I can literally just copy and paste this thing right here. Oh my gosh. RPG Maker wasn't the absolute worst with their JavaScript windows. Does the first one change any variables or only reads them? Only reads them. Yep. Yeah, so to change variables, it would be game variables dot set value. And then game variables dot value is just grabbing the value. Cameron says, good nights. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate you being here. Have an absolutely fantastic evening. And hopefully we'll see you on the next one. Yeah, so I could literally just copy this, paste it here. So we'd have same thing. Game variables dot value. Yeah, I just game variables dot value 380 plus game variables dot value 100. Then I would say change this to 523. There's the spawn. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Game variable 380 plus. Not a clue. And I would just use this JavaScript here, except for the fact this relies on the player's X and Y position. And we don't want that. So I'm just like, not the foggiest of clues. Not a clue. So anyway, that's why I'm just, it's very, I think that's probably one of the most frustrating things about programming is when you're looking at your code and you know there's an issue because it's not actually working correctly, but it looks like it should be working correctly. Like you don't see the issue and you're just like, why aren't you working? Very, very frustrating. So yes, so if we were to say, tune to the obelisk. Okay, so it's basically saying it's going to be a room 4. But I can almost guarantee you it's not going to be in room 4. Is it in room 5? Yeah, room 5. So it is 1 off. Again. But here's the thing, is it's not always just 1 room off. That's the actual door, but it revealed this room instead. Okay. So if we come in here. So yeah, so it was 1 off. The room was 1 more than what it was thinking. But if we do this again, so let's go to room 23. And we reveal it. Of course, so it's revealed a room we've already been through. We've been through all the rooms, and none of those were the actual exit. So, come down here, 523 is 26. So we're in room 23, 24, 25, 26. It's 1 off. So I don't know, do we just say 381? What? I don't want speech recognition. The freak did I hit? Control Shift S? Control Start S? Hey, Control Start S. Alright, apparently if you press Control Start S, it opens up the speech recognition setup. Good times. Good times for all. Alright, new game, save file 1, yes, next, yeah. Alright, so let's head to room 20. Okay, so if we reveal it, should be in room, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it actually room 8? It is room 8. Okay. Of course, you can't go in through the backside. But then it disappears when you get here. What is happening? I don't get it. This was supposed to be the easiest part of tonight. Is it always 1 off? It was. But for some reason now, it revealed Because it was one off on those 2 times that we tested it. So I just changed this from 380 to 381. And it showed the correct room, but it revealed the wrong room. So it was in room 8, but it revealed room 9 for some reason. Or is this broken? Reveal next minimap room. Is it broken? I don't know. If we grab this, we come over here, we say, let's comment this out. We're gonna say game pictures 380 plus 100 opacity equals 255. Oops. So technically, what the freak is this? Okay. So 381? Okay, that's working. Left to right. Cannot set property opacity of undefined. Okay, that's... Okay. What? Oh, man! So we can move left to right. But as soon as we try to move up... No. Okay, moving up works. Sometimes. RPG objects, JavaScript. Yeah, this is literally not helpful at all. Nothing in here could tell me anything about what's going on. Other than just, you know, cannot set property opacity of undefined. So it's trying to set the opacity of something that it doesn't think exists. But it should exist. It sets the player's location. So Y and X. Player's location -6. So when we're revealing all the pictures, is it showing these properly? Don't spawn. Is room 1 referred to as 1 or 0? So I thought it was 0, but for some reason 1 seems to be actually doing it properly. So that's why I'm going to check really quick and just see. Because yeah, it should be 0. Well, as 0 as it can be. Well, yes and... So here's the very weird... So it's doing all sorts of weird stuff to get this to actually function the way that it is. So basically, the way this is working is there's a variable that is incrementing by 1. So this loop right here is what's showing the actual minimap itself. It's all hidden because it's showing it a 0% opacity, but this is what's actually showing all of the rooms. So basically the way that is working... It is saying there's a variable that is just incrementing by 1, which is increasing the ID of what image should be being shown. So variable 367 is right here. So game pictures show variable 367 plus 1, then map 97 plus 372. Okay, and then show it at 0% opacity. They were saying game variables dot set value 380 plus 372, 367. Okay. Current location, RTG room X equals 6. Yes, and that's just going up and up and up and up. And it's basically just saying if there's a room there, show an image. If there's not a room there, don't show an image. But 380, which is 0, should be the starting point. So it should technically be... But then here's the thing too. So the image ID is not necessarily 1 or 0. The starting image ID is, I believe, 50 something. Because that's the other weird thing. Because there are 60 potential rooms that can be spawned in. We're only spawning in 40 per floor. That way, like, you know, it has some gaps and opens up the floor just a little bit. If we come down here, room 1, find the variable. I may have gone too far. Okay, that's room decor. We're gonna do has explored. Yes. Okay, so has explored is not what we want. Room pick ID. Yes. So room 2 is the first room. So the image ID is 50. So 50 is the very first image that it shows for the minimap. Okay. They're trying to do it before it exists, or is it never even trying or able to exist? So the image layers exist, but it's trying to, the error that we got was it was trying to affect an image layer that didn't exist, which is odd because image layer 50 through 89 should all exist. And then it also shouldn't ever be able to show any of these that are equal to 0 because those are technically not rooms, and so you shouldn't be able to go into those rooms anyway for those to not exist. So... This is why it is very, very odd. So then here's the other thing. When you are leaving the room, it handles all the variables here. It's like if you press the down key, it has changed the variables here. So it changes the player's location to -6, because each horizontal line has 6 rooms. So if you're moving down, you are moving down 6 rooms. Because the room numbers go bottom to top, left to right. Yeah, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, so on and so forth. It subtracts it by 6. Which then would mean over here, once it gets to this page, and is then trying to reveal the next minimap room, it should be doing the picture ID based on game variables.value 381, which is this right here. So 381, room pick ID 1 is equal to 0. But it should then be adding, so plus game variables.value the player's location. So if the player is in room 47, it should be variable 381 plus 47. So this needs to be 380 because that is the origin point, is technically the 0 part of the 380 is the origin point. So right here, because then if you're in room 1, it would show 381. If you're in room 2, 382, room 2, so on and so forth. Prediction started. What's the prediction? You make the correct prediction. What do we got here? Will Moonman fix this within 30 minutes? Ooh, that is a rough prediction. That is a rough one. Oh man, I'm going to guess, mostly because I know myself, I'm going to guess that this issue is from something that I caused in the past. but I didn't realize it because it just was working for that very specific use case. And I don't remember enough about the random tomb generation stuff to like know if it needs to be fixed or not. Oh man. Okay. But again, why I'm very confused is because it's doing the exact same thing as the show picture here, 380. All right, so maybe changing the opacity of this is not actually going to work? I guess. So what's another way that we can approach this? Glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. If anyone puts in just a few points to yes, you could win 1,000. That is a lot. That is a lot on the line. So the other way that we could approach this is it just showing the image versus changing the opacity. I don't know why the opacity is not working, but for some reason it's not. So what would we need to do here? So we need game screen.showPicture, game variables.value 380 plus 100. We would show map based on variables 97 plus that times 4, and then 370 plus 36 times 98. 370 minus 36 times 99. Okay, so if we were to do that, I was sworn people like to gamble. Want to bet on it? That's true. I mean, hey, it's a good chunk of points on the line. Unless, of course, you don't think I can actually fix it. Then you might be safe to say no. Oh man, okay, so game screen.showPicture. So I know that we can just come in here and instead of doing the plus 100, we would do plus 523. What is game variables.value? That is how RPG Maker refers to its variables. So yeah, so this game variables.value, and then in the parentheses is the variable ID that's referencing. Yeah, so like if I wanted to change a variable, I would need to do game variables value. I would say variable 1 would equal 50. And that would set game variable 1 to equal 50. Again, kind of not great. Let's see, like all variables are stored in a large array. Kinda, yeah. That's a good way to put it, actually. Yeah, so basically the way that RPG Maker handles variables is they have this variable like manager, basically. And so you come in here and you can give a name to all your variables, but it doesn't work off of names. So like this one in particular, so we've got variable 661. I could call this thing test variable, but I cannot refer to this variable as test variable. So even if this variable is, has a value of 7, I have to reveal to its I have to refer to its ID of 661. So so I couldn't come in here and say, hey, set variable test variable to 50, because it would have no idea what test variable is. Like that's basically just a note tag for me to remind me what that variable is. It only goes off of 661. And so it'd be like, okay, yeah, we'll set 661 to equal 50. It's not great. It is really not a great way to handle the variables, but I don't know. That's the way the system works, unfortunately. You can do like proper JavaScript variables if you wanted to, but then again, like you're then like working outside of the scope of the engine and it can cause more issues and more headaches. So Yeah. So anyway, that's what's going on there. Kind of weird, kind of bizarre. I will say that. But here's the thing. I learned how to work with variables in game dev through RPG Maker, and so it just seems normal to me. Like, even though I know that it's not how you should properly use variables, it's the way that I learn, and so like I'm just like, oh yeah, that's. And so the first time that I ever talked to someone who actually is a game dev who works with JavaScript, they're just like, what the freak is happening here? And then when I learned my own JavaScript, I was like, oh yeah, what the freak is happening here? But, you know, it's just, it makes sense to me, but then I can completely understand why it is kind of a bizarre way to handle it. Yeah, definitely weird stuff. Game screen dot show picture. Game variables 380 plus game variables 523. Show map. Now, this is going to show it based off of variable 97. Now 97, I believe, is variable current room. No, move direction. We can't do that because we're not moving. So plus 97. Oh, wait. No. 97 plus the player's location times 4. Okay, so 97 would be here, and then plus the player's location times 4. So if the player is in room 1, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So current room layout. Okay, so that's actually fine still. That is still fine. We're still in the clear. I'm still telling you, there's a chance. We'll just see what happens. I need to see if I can actually get this fixed in the next 30 minutes. Wait, did anyone actually vote on me actually getting through it? I don't know if anyone did. Autumn __. Let me know. I bet I can't resolve the prediction, so I won't. Oh. If I bet I can't resolve... Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, we'll see what happens. So, 380 plus 523 map plus 97 plus 523 times 4. It's the origin of the image. 370.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Axel Benedict's Hourly Fun Facts. The first American alarm clock was created in 1787 by Levi Hutchins in Concord, New Hampshire. This device he made only for himself, however, and it only rang at 4 a.m. in order to wake him for his job. The French inventor Antoine Redier was the first to patent an adjustable mechanical alarm clock in 1847.
Not bad. It's kind of crazy to think, like, I mean, okay, I know that 1847 was a very long time ago, but in, like, human history, like, all of humanity, that's really not that long ago. And to think that, like, they were still trying to figure out how to make alarm clocks, kind of crazy to think that, like, what is that, like 220 some odd years ago, they were trying to figure, like, they patented the first adjustable alarm clock. And then, like, 220 years later... Wait. Why am I not doing this math in my head? 2025 minus 1847. 178, so not even 200 years later. 178 years later. But not even that, because we went to the freaking moon in the 60s. So it's just, like... kind of blows your mind. Anyway... Yeah, it's like they were freaking, they were patenting the first adjustable alarm clock, and now 178 years later, it's like, I'm able to sit in the basement of a house with a microphone that can record what I'm saying, put it into a computer, and stream it out to everybody in the whole world to see. Like, that is nuts. Crazy to me. Loki! Good evening. Glad you're here. Welcome. Took us longer to go from bronze to steel than it did for us to go from steel to nukes. It's that exponential growth. It happens. It's a good time. Now, I believe 370 is going to be the actual issue. And why is that an issue, you say? It's a great question. Very astute of you. The reason why it's an issue is because if we come down here to variable 370, That is the RTG picture X start and then picture Y start. Actually, we can leave those because those should be the exact same. Plus 36 times 98. So what's 98 then? 98 is player X and then player Y. Okay. Player X, player Y. So I think at this point we just need to figure out how are we going to get the X and the Y to equal what it needs to equal. So over here, what is changing the player X and Y? Player location, player Y, -1. That is if you're moving down. Okay, so those are just in singular. Yeah. So if you move down, it changes the Y. So up and down affects the Y. Left and right affects the X. That makes sense. Then how are we going to actually have that work for... Oh my gosh, why? Oh, this should not be this crazy. Loki says, I got bored at work and made a higher/lower game in Excel. That's pretty exciting. Crazy things you can do in Excel. I'm assuming you've probably seen the whole like playable RPG that was made in Excel. That one is nuts. Takes a little bit to, you know, it's a little bit more rough than even like old school RPGs. But it's kind of cool the fact that it was actually created in Excel. Sad looks like that sometimes. Hopefully the ball will start rolling soon though. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Man. Like in my head, it makes the most sense to just reveal the image layer. That should say now and not. Oh, guess who's got 2 thumbs and has now reached 5 total sales. Nice, very nice. Is that on the pet manager, the VPet project? I mean, either way, that is absolutely fantastic. But most specifically, VPet manager. Nice, that's awesome. Very nice. It's always a good time. Well, I am very excited and happy for you. Gotta switch to my phone right quick. BRB. No worries. Okay. I kind of just want to be like, you know what? Screw this thing for right now. I'm gonna figure this out at some point in time. Somehow, somewhere. I think it's just because it's been so long since I did the actual RTG stuff that now I'm like, okay, how was all of this working? Room pick ID 50, number of rooms 40. Yes, this is the starting room pick ID 367. Hold up, 367. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. 367. That is not what I want. Oh, come back. There we go. So if I refresh this and we come in here, where's 367 starting? Follow me on a journey to 367. You're at 90. So 90 would be the last room that it would be showing. So could we use this room pick ID minus the room that it's in? So that's at 90. Okay, that's at 90. So if we go to 523, that's at 32. So let me think about it. So 90 minus 32 would be 58. Okay. Doesn't seem right, though. The spawn location's in room 32. Room decor. Room trap. Where the freak did I put this thing? Has explored. Okay. Wait, no, not has explored. Map pick ID. So room 32 is pick ID 67. Okay. What? So 90 is that variable. We need to somehow get to 67 based on something. So 90 minus 67, that is 23. $32, 67. Okay. 523 is 32. So room pick ID though. Okay, so we've got 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Even that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so it's not even the fact of how many rooms actually have an ID. Oh my gosh. What am I doing? What is happening here? Okay, so what if we just set it back to 50? So we'd be going 50 plus what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 50 minus 18 is 32. I don't know, that's just like a mathematical happenstance. Okay. So if we started at 50, and then you subtract the amount of rooms that have an ID, that gets you to 32. Okay, so what if we do that again? We might be getting to something. I don't know. Let's see here. So 523. So you are equal to 27. Okay. So if we start at 50, it's in 27. So if we do 50, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. It's 50 minus 16. It's 34. Okay, never mind. Never mind, that just happened to line up and I thought we were onto something. Oh boy. So 27 is picture ID 65. Okay, so do we do 50 plus... So we can't even do 27, because 27 is the room it's in, but then that's 65. Yeah, because that plus 27 would be 77. That's not anything. Even 90 minus 27 63, and that's not anything. Well, I'm glad that no one voted on the poll that I was going to fix it this time. Good freaking heavens. Okay, yeah, we are going to skip past this because this has literally taken 2 hours of the stream. This has been half the stream. This should have been like a 5-minute thing. I literally should have come in here, gone, okay, replace 100 with freaking the 523 variable, call it good. Not even close to being the actual case. So I do still think that what is actually going to work is actually just revealing the image. Now, how are we going to get that image layer? I don't know. But again, we're going to come back to that. I'm just going to copy and paste all of this stuff just so it's there and ready. I'm going to look at it at some point in time, probably just over the weekend maybe. But yeah, let's grab this. We're just going to say all of this through here. Copy that. Come here. Because yeah, I haven't the foggiest. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Change that to 523. Okay, we're gonna do that later. For now, let's get the mini boss in here and working again. Jeez. Whew, let's see here. Loki just had to do a tech support call with someone to get it working because it requires some dev stuff on Twitch. Totally understandable, but hey, they paid that sweet, sweet cash. It's worth it. It is worth it. Aspire to be at their level someday. Oh. This is a solo project. My bad. Not a problem. I know of a few people who are making virtual pet games. I mean, it is a pretty popular thing to do, so, you know. Also, Moonman, I posted an update for my game in the Creative Corner. Ooh! I'll be excited to see that. I have to take a look. Okay, so since we have absolutely failed horrendously, you know what? Let's clear our minds. Let's clear our minds with some pixel art, because that was just mind-boggling, frustrating. We're gonna do some pixel art. Sound good? Sounds good to me. So, basically, the way that I want this to happen, and that is because of the message that we have. Was it on here? I can't remember. Oh my gosh, no. So when you activate it, when you do a blood sacrifice, let's say you slice into your hand, causing blood to begin to pool in your palm, drops of blood begin to fall into the obelisk, making it spring to life. So here's kind of what I'm thinking. Now that I'm realizing, if you were to slice your hand and it starts dripping, I had an idea in my head and I want to do it anyway, so we're gonna do it anyway, regardless. So basically, I want to have like a little, I don't know, circular pool thing around the sigil that will then fill with blood. So here's what we're gonna do. Whoa, we do not want to invert that. Here's what we're gonna do. We want to do that and do 25%. And there we go. So we now should be able to come in here and do a little bit of this. And like something like that. Center that. Yeah. That should be all right. So again, this is definitely more of like a pool of blood and not some drops of blood. But I mean, what's the point if you can't have a lot of blood, you know? Let's get another circle there. We go up, 2, 1. We'll go up 1. Fill that in with this. Continue along the outer edges. Ooh. Okay. And the idea is we will grab, that is already the darkest. So let's go not so dark. Okay, let's actually hide that. Okay, then we get the slightly darker gray. This is just to add a little bit of depth so that it looks like it's not necessarily just flat on the floor. Okay, let's see. Do that wrong. I think I need to make this top one just slightly wider. Yeah, so 50 and 16. So that way it's... What? 48, 49, 50. I must have accidentally had it go in one. 50 and 16. That way it pops out 1 pixel. Okay. Yep, should be good. Okay. Have that come down to there. You come down to there. Just need to fill this in. That's a little bit too much there. That's better. So this is in line with this side here, right? Yeah. So I want that to there. That to there. So it's 1, 2. Okay. That no longer feels quite right. Right. I've said it once and I'll say it 1,000 times. Definitely not a pixel artist here. But now it just kind of looks like a plate. Yes, the idea is to create a bit of... Oh, maybe that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Comes in here. Yeah. The top is too dark. Yeah, that's probably what is going on there. As the short today proves, your pixel art skills grow as you make sound effects. Well, then there we go. I just need to be making my sound effects. That's the problem. That's what's going on. We gotta do a little bit of like a woo, and then over here we gotta do a bit of we gotta have a little bit of a stroke going on here, and then we'll be good to go. I'm glad you watched the short though, Jesse. Is it a puddle of blood? It will be. So this is going to be like the when it's empty, and then the idea is when it gets full, we'll then fill it with red. Over here. Kind of grab maybe 4 shades of red for it. Okay. There we go. Now we'll just kind of do 4 shades of it. Whoa. Now let's set that down to 25%, I suppose. So yeah, this is the pool. And then we're going to do a new layer for blood. So yeah, same, just like, you know, general same concept is we then come over here, hit this, whoop, that is want that. A little bit of this as soon as I can get the right, there we go. 46, 16, perfect. Fill that in. And let's do, so we actually want this on top. Go. We don't want to go that deep because I want to have it feel like it's kind of coming up around the chalice. Or whatever we're going to call it. Yeah, something like that. I may even just add an outline back again. So yeah, so yeah. With the blood, without the blood. With the blood, without the blood. Yeah, maybe. Something like that. Still lighten the top till it's lighter than the main color. Well, so the idea was to kind of have it feel like this was kind of like if you thought of like a cup or a lid. So let me grab this really quick. So the idea is to have this portion up here. So let me get rid of chalice. So this portion right here, this back portion, like the darker portion, but not necessarily the outline color. This color here, I want it to feel like you're almost like looking into a lid, you know? And so it's like the portion here, I want it to feel like this portion here. So you're like seeing like the inside of it, you know? And so it's supposed to feel like there's light coming from behind it. And so that way, like this bottom portion is lighter, but then this back portion will be darker. I mean, we could go the opposite direction. We could have that be the lighter portion. Do something like this. Where the Chabalisk wouldn't be affecting the light anyway. Well, that's true. That's true. It wouldn't be affecting the light. But yeah, so the perspective is yes. So basically the idea is I want it to feel like this is the front portion that's kind of like coming up. And then this is more like the inside of it where you're kind of seeing down. But again, I feel like it's just not quite right. And I'm trying to figure out exactly why that is. Because we could fill this in with lighter. Oh, it's gonna have to be lighter than that. Yeah, because then it feels like it's more of like a flat surface. And that's like a highlight edge. Yeah, so maybe we could also maybe make it 2 pixels deep. Maybe. Just says, oh good, actual blood. That will be fun. Blood chalice, yours or the boss's must be spilled. Exactly. I'm gonna figure if it's gonna do 1/4 of your health, you gotta see it, right? If you slice your hand, there's gonna be a bit more than drops. That's true. That's true. And that's where like, yeah, and we might change it, maybe a little bit, but this will get like the general idea. Is it a puddle of blood or a puddle of mud? It's a puddle of mud. How'd you know, Loki? Yeah, so it will be, so basically the idea is like, think like shallow fountain, and this is kind of like the retaining wall to like keep that, you know, the liquid inside the retaining kind of thing going on. Okay, so at that point, we would then need to raise this up. It's just 1 pixel higher. Go. So it won't be quite as shallow feeling as I was originally thinking and planning, but if it makes it feel like it looks better. Maybe slightly. Yeah. Yeah. That should be fine, I think. So then with this, we should be able to, if we come in here, and if we get rid of 1 pixel on the top for the blood. Maybe it'll help add just a little bit more depth. That way it doesn't feel like it's running over and coming up all the way to the very tippity top. And also, maybe if this was a slightly different gray than this back portion here. Maybe. Let's grab this gray. It's already that gray. This gray? Whoop. Or should the inside be the darker? Yeah, maybe the inside should be the darker gray. And then same thing with kind of how we did on the obelisk here, or the chalice, or the whatever we were calling it before. And we'll add kind of like the outline back to the blood. Not back for blood, back to the blood. No. Kind of removes that depth. I don't know. Maybe something like that. We could also kind of have it pool up over time. Like it would start low, come up, and then come up one more. Actually, maybe. We do blood 2, and on blood 1, erase all this again. Maybe. That means on blood 1, we need to get rid of all of this stuff here. Not all of it, but like around the base of the chalice. Yeah, so start there, and it would come up. That comes up too much. Grab you, move you down 1. I don't know. Maybe that'll help. Who knows? Who ordered the tomato soup? Because it's ready. It is hot and steaming. Ready to go. Okay. Definitely more depth now. Darker red across the top. Yeah, we could probably do it the darker red. I think, did we do the lightest red? Yeah, so we could do a darker red as well. Actually, maybe what we could do is use the red to add a little bit more depth. So we've got the lighter red, and then what if we do a darker, just slightly darker, and then do the lighter red at the very edge? Because here's the other thing that I'm wanting to do. So there's a couple options that we do have. We could do something like this. So we get the darkest red. So when we come up 1, we could put this here to add a little bit there. And then as it comes up another darkest, this should add maybe just a little bit of depth here. We go up 1. Also need to fill in that. Okay. And then, let's see, what else are we missing? We are missing having the highlight at the top. We could also potentially do the same thing that we're doing with the chalice in the center, but on the sides. Actually, yeah, maybe we do that. Yeah, do we do the lightest, or switch that to the darkest, and then as it goes up, so on this one, we would switch this to the darkest again. Then we would do a shade lighter here. Same thing again, once we get to this top row, we would do darkest on the top. Then one lighter. Or, yeah, one lighter. Because I know that, like, if you're looking at a pool of blood, it's not going to be super transparent. Like, you'll be able to see, like, see through it a little bit. Maybe. Then the other thing I was maybe thinking we could do, so this is where my thought was originally going with this. And that was kind of like maybe trying to add like some like rippling, shimmering effects. But I kind of like how this turned out a little bit more. It's a tough call. It's a very tough call. Okay, so we've got that. It could do the whole animated thing, right? Where it starts empty and then fills up. We go with that. So let's group this and call this Blood Anim. The other thing we could do is if we grab the duplicate of Blood 3, we hide all of that, and we do Blood Ripple 1. So then basically the idea here would be we fill in all of these, so it's just flat again. Then say, for example, if we were to fill you in with the darkest, we're gonna do dissolve. And we'll do like, I don't know, 35? Or to be, yeah, yeah, it should be fine. Yeah. So 35. And then we duplicate that. Move you over. Set you to 50. Sure. And we will fill you in with the lighter red. Last but not least, we're going to set you to 75. You up to here. Fill you in with that. Absolute last but not least. Fill you in with that. Set you to 100. Okay. Now, we merge you down into there to apply pixeling. Same thing here, and same thing here. Basically, we can do, you will be the bottom layer. You'll be the next layer. You're the darkest, right? Yeah. So you'll be the top layer. You're the next layer down. There we go. So yeah, so now we've got like this pixely stuff. Yeah, some pixely stuff. That's what we got right there. And then general idea is we should be able to, if we merge all of these together, it should be Blood Ripple 1. We duplicate that to Blood Ripple 2. We're gonna need one more bit of color, and you'll see why in 2 seconds. What we want to do is grab that green, throw that in here. We'll just resize that down to 33, sure. And then what we're gonna do is we we will then replace. So we're wanting to go. So we're gonna go in like a flowing pattern. So we go whatever's darkest will be second to darkest. Whatever's second to darkest is third to darkest. Whatever's third to darkest will be brightest, and then it loops back around to darkest. So if we do this right, we should be able to do darkest there, second darkest there, third darkest there, and lightest. Balls. Are we? What? What the crap happened there? So darkest, second darkest, third darkest, lightest. I don't know what that was. I don't know what just happened there. Let's see. Jesse says, I'm going to head to bed. Good night, Moon Man and the Cosmic Crew. Thank you for being here, Jesse. I know that you've got an early morning tomorrow morning, but bright side, it's Friday. So good luck. Thanks for being here. We'll see you hopefully Sunday. All right. So then we can then come in here. So we will take whatever's the darkest. Let's move it up one shade. So you'll be that. Whatever was the second darkest is now second lightest. Whatever was, that would be that, and then you would be darkest. Yeah. I think that's right. And then we'll just do that 2 more times. So for this one, we would then do, so darkest is you, second darkest is you, third and fourth. I'm just gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, so 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes 4, and 4 becomes 1. Yeah. And then last but not least, ripple number 4. Darkest, second darkest, 3 and 4. And then same thing here. So 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes 4, 4 becomes 1. Oh boy. That doesn't look good, does it? It does not look good. Okay, well, that was a good first attempt. I think what we can do though, so we're gonna call this one Ripple 1. We're gonna do Ripple 2. I have a maybe slightly better idea. If not, then we'll just go back to the original, which is just this right here, where it'll just kind of animate up, and we'll call it good there. So with Ripple 2, new layer. Need this to be without that. Go. Just fill that in with that. General idea is we will need shrink this by 1, I guess technically 2 pixels with each thing. You to you, do you over to there. Okay. Be that. Be that. Zarla says, what I would do is create a sheet of that texture, then move it across to make ripples with a clipping mask. That would definitely be the best way to go. Unfortunately, RPG Maker does not allow clipping masks. I did find a plugin that does let them be, but it's not supported out of the engine, unfortunately. So it is something that if I were to... Actually, I think that plugin I found was for MZ. Never mind. I don't think I'd actually be able to do that. Yeah, so clipping masks, definitely not a thing in RPG Maker, unfortunately. But that would be an absolutely fantastic way to go. Just in Photoshop. We could do that as well. We could do that. Yeah. I think if this one does not look quite the way I'm thinking, because so the basic general idea is just kind of having this like, what's the word? I cannot think of what it's called. Ripple. It ripples out. I don't know if this is gonna work. Feeling really tired. Might need to go to might need to go. Oh, sorry. Feeling tired. Might need to go. Moon Man. No worries. Autumn __. Have an absolutely fantastic night. I'm glad that you were here. Thanks for being here. And yeah, if you gotta go, no worries at all. Go get some rest. I know that it must be pretty late there for you over in New England, Europe. You can duplicate the layer and clip it to each layer. That's true. And definitely something I will probably end up doing because I don't know if this is actually going to look good, honestly. Let's see. Tiovo? We're going to say Tiovo. Welcome. Glad you're here. Come on in. New for sure. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Glad that you found the stream. We are working on some pixel art because the actual programming that we started on with the night became very frustrating and took way longer than I was anticipating. And so we're calmly going through some pixel art stuff just to get our brains back onto track. So yeah. How's your day going, by the way? How's your week going? Let's see, Tiovo said, or Tiovo, oh crap, now I can't even remember what I said I was gonna do. Tiovo, oh man, pixel art is hard for sure. Yeah, so here's the thing with pixel art for me. If I'm feeling inspired, or if I have a really good idea in mind, I feel like in general, I can be okay with it. And then there's times like this where I'm like, not great, you know, that kind of thing. So anyway, yeah. So we'll see what happens. Week has been pretty good. Just finished my finals for class, and now I can just chill and focus on my game. Very nice. Yeah, it's a good feeling to finally have your finals, well, finalized and done. Well, congratulations. Hopefully they all went well. Hopefully it wasn't too much of a pain. And so you're focusing on your game. So I'm assuming a game that you're making. And if so, what you gotta fill us in on some details like engine, genre of game, all that fun stuff. I'd normally be much more welcoming, but I'm sleepy now, so good night, Moon Man and the Cosmic Crew. No worries at all. I know that it's getting late. It is, especially over there on the East Coast. I know that it is very late over there, so no worries at all. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that, Autumn __, and we will see you hopefully on the Sunday stream. Fingers crossed. All right, I'm not even going to try and animate this because it just looks like absolute horribleness. And so I'm just going to pretend like that never happened. And we're going to go with Lazarla's suggestion, and that is animating a thing across the top. I think that's going to go over much better. So let's do that really quick. So basically we just need to come in here and we need to grab the size of this pool. It's going to be roughly this size. With 16 by 46, raise that up to there. Let's grab the red. Whoop. New layer. There we go. And then we just need to get rid of this across. Loki says, I am much less welcoming. Don't sell yourself short, Loki. You are extremely welcoming. Tall, old, and new. 100%. The YouTube crew obviously is the most inviting, but beggars can't be choosers over here on Twitch. All right. Let's grab the shape of this. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Grab the shape of this chalice. This, I can never remember what it was that we were going to be calling this thing. The obelisk. The no, it wasn't the chobelisk. No, I don't remember. The chabelisk? That sounds, yeah, that's the one. I'm sure there's something to actually, like, this has to be something that's out there already. I don't know what it would be. That would actually make sense. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Indeed, it's a game called Sorcerers of the Swamp. It's a roguelike where you battle other frog mages in a turn-based combat system using spell cards. Each card costs mana and has unique effects, so you have to manage your mana in order to both attack and parry incoming damage. Very nice. I have barely any coding experience and took one singular art class, so it's a struggle for sure, but it's all practice for my dream game I want to make one day. So there you go. That is the right mindset to have. Don't ever try and tell yourself you can't do something just because you haven't taken certain classes for it, just because, you know, it's your first project or something like that. I also really appreciate that it seems like you already understand that you're not going to make your perfect game, your dream game, the first time you go about it. Gonna take time. You're gonna make a game here, a game there, maybe a game over there. You'll be learning your art, your programming, all that fun stuff. And eventually you will get there. You will get to your dream game, but it will take time. And it's, again, I'm glad to see that, like, you've got that mindset already, which is absolutely fantastic, because I feel like that's a struggle with a lot of, I mean, I struggled with that for years when I first started, because I was just like, it's great, but it's not perfect, so I'm gonna scrap it all and try again. So absolutely fantastic. It also sounds like a lot of fun. I enjoy roguelikes. I mean, we're making one here, so, you know, definitely a roguelike enjoyer. So yeah, well, I'm excited to hear about it as you make progress and move along, and it should be a good time. I'd be more welcoming if someone didn't forget we existed and just ignored messages. I can't even argue with that one. You're right. I do sometimes forget.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Axel Benedict's Hourly Fun Facts, and this one is less of a fun fact and more of a horror story.
Oh boy.
If you're too muscular and get cut deep enough, your muscles will snap and make a loud pop sound. They will never heal properly after that.
That is horrifying. There's a reason that I don't do a whole lot with my life. I don't want that to happen. Yep, that's the only reason. And that is why I stay inside. That kind of stuff is not fun. Not at all. I can confirm this firsthand. Ugh, that's even worse. What happened? Was this a while ago or more recently? Hopefully a while ago. I just scrapped 3 prior games because I got too ambitious. That happens. I feel like this game would be in that same realm of almost being scrapped if I wasn't live streaming it. Like if I wasn't streaming this, and if I knew that nobody else in the world knew about this game, if I'm being completely honest, this probably honestly would have hit the chopping block forever ago. I think I had mentioned when we were doing the like random map generation part of it, I'm pretty sure I even said like this thing would have been scrapped during that because it was just so frustrating. Yeah, it definitely would have been scrapped by this point. I would have been like, you know what? Nobody knows it exists. Nobody's gonna care if I scrap it, so it's out of here. But yeah, totally understandable that that happens more often than I feel like most people want to admit. Where yeah, you're even when you're thinking kind of small, it can very often get out of hand. So totally understand. I had this gym bro friend from when I worked in a warehouse. I forgot how, but he gashed his arm. And I'm assuming you heard that, or maybe you didn't hear it, but like he probably heard that popping sound. Long time ago, I tore my Achilles tendon diving off of the board for competition swim. Ugh. Again, This is why I stay inside. This is why I don't do things. Because I don't want that to happen. Absolutely terrible. Does something, so still took first though? That is impressive. That is really impressive. If you tore your Achilles tendon and you still got first, that's not bad. That is determination. That is grit. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I shouldn't have done this whole... Yeah, I shouldn't have done this. Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to get rid of this. We need to get the actual height. And basically we need to make this a handful of pixels past it. Fill that in with the red. Go. Now, the reason being is because we then need to, just like Lazarla pointed out, and I don't know why I didn't do this the first time. I really should have. But basically what we're going to do is if we reduce the transparency so we can see through this thing, or increase the transparency, reduce the opacity, we are going to come in here and we're going to get rid of... let's see how we're going to do this one. So it needs to be... Actually, we can just do this. I don't know why I was thinking the long and hard way about this. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say 46 by 16. We're going to fill this in with black. No. We're going to reverse it, fill that in with black. There we go. Fantastic. And then if we do a little bit of this... Okay. And then over here is where we can put the actual lines. No. We need something on top of that to have the actual lines. That way, as we are moving the graphic underneath, all of that stays put. Yes. That is what we need. That is what we're doing. I'm actually going to move this up to the layer. That way, when we turn this back on, we can reduce the brightness or the opacity of that, and then fill all of this in. Not that far down. Let's go down to here. Yeah, that should be right. No. We need one more higher. Okay, there we go. So then over here, we can come onto this one and we can set this to be there. Now you can see why I sometimes will do the pixel art off stream. It takes a while. Takes a while. Let's see here. Els Dragoon says, "Ooh, what are we working on here?" Well, first of all, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome to the stream. Come on in, sit on down. We are working on a roguelike dungeon crawler. Well, right now, specifically, we're working on some pixel art for the roguelike dungeon crawler. But, yeah, so roguelike dungeon crawler where you are, well, going around a dungeon, crawling around a dungeon, if you want to say. I've gotten so bad. You would think that over the time of explaining what the game is like, I would get better at this. I apologize. Anyway, so general idea. It is a roguelike dungeon crawler. You are navigating through this randomly generated tomb, and as you go through, you are collecting magical D20s. Oh, I should turn the monsters back on, actually. Sorry, really quick. I'm going to turn the monsters back on. But yeah, and you are fighting monsters, collecting things, all that fun stuff. Definitely going for like that old school, like late 80s, early 90s RPG kind of vibe. So simple color palette, well, as simple as I can make it without being too restrictive. But then, so one of the twists on it is the combat. So the combat is based on Blackjack mechanics. So essentially, the way that it works is when you come across a monster, eventually when we come across a monster, there we go, of course, the freaking monster got a blackjack on his first draw. So when you come across a monster, you will play blackjack against them. So with, control knows. It's your favorite part. I'm gonna hide that again just so we can see the screen better. And I swear, one of these days, Control, I'm gonna get better at explaining this. So anyway, general
Thanks
idea.
for the follow, Tyvo.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So general idea, the combat is based on blackjack. So the way the regular monsters will work is as usual, you'll both draw 2 cards, except that you will see.
Thanks for the follow, Elstrago-ON.
The text-to-speech struggles sometimes. Thank you. So you'll both draw your 2 cards, but unlike regular blackjack, you will see the 2 cards that the monster has drawn, and that is basically creating their armor class. So I'd have to draw at or above a 13 to be able to attack them. Since I've got a 14, I can attack, and it will attack them. We'll draw again. I need to draw above an 18. I'm gonna bust, I just know it. Ugh, crap. And then if I bust, then the monster gets an opportunity to attack. I was also thinking about today, we haven't added this yet, but I'm kind of thinking we might also add a timer. And so you need to actually draw your cards in X amount of time, or else the monster just gets an opportunity attack as well. So anyway, so you use blackjack to attack them, and when they're gone, you get your experience, and they'll drop items. I'm going to say sometimes, but I believe I have accidentally broken this again, so there was a dice here. It wasn't there as you saw, but there was a dice there, so anyway, yeah. And then on each floor, there will be a mini-boss that will spawn. That's kind of what we're working on right now, is the mini-boss. But yes, there'll be a mini-boss that spawns, and you will play more technically correct blackjack against them. So it'll be the whole thing, you get your 2 cards, they get their 2 cards, but you only see the top one. You'll draw up until you're done drawing, and then you'll stand, and then they'll do their whole drawing thing, as long as they draw either below you, or if they are below you or they bust, then you get to attack them. But if they draw above you, then they get their attack opportunity, and then you go again. So yeah, so that's the combat. And then the whole point for the D20s. So if you'll notice, the colors on the cards, it's not just red and black. So there are the 4 suits for the cards, like normal face cards, but they are linked to different spells. And so you will have your spell book that you're building out with these D20s. And so the red dice are linked to Pyro or Fire, green is Geo, purple is Necro, and then there are blue as well that are Hydro. And so once you're out of the dungeon, you will be able to use these dice to put into your spell book, your spell tome, whatever we're going to call it, and that will upgrade your spells. And then the cards that you draw are linked to those spells. So the green cards are linked to your Geo spell. So if you upgrade your Geo spell, when this green card hits, it'll do more damage. So right now by default, all of them are just doing 1 damage each. But like, let's say for example, my Geo were to be doing 5 damage each, it would just wipe this monster off the face of the tomb. So so that's what we'll get to eventually. And the way that you will upgrade your dice as well is you will merge them. So you'll take a 2 and a 2 and you'll merge that together and you get a 3. There's saving throws. So if you want to run from combat, you got to roll a dexterity saving throw. Again, 2 and 2 turns into 3. There are random traps as well throughout the dungeon. And yeah, eventually we will also be adding, and again, all of this is very much work in progress, but eventually we will also be adding stuff outside the dungeon. So right now, everything is just in the dungeon, but eventually we will have POV town. Eventually we will have a town where you'll be able to, buy and sell items. I want to add like some kind of pub where you can play other mini games, you can get quests, and this is kind of like where you will figure out the story of the game and all that fun stuff. I think that was everything. Hopefully. Let's see here. It looks pretty rad so far. Appreciate that. Explaining a passion project is always hard. It really is. Well, and then the thing is, like, I usually have to explain it about once per stream, because like we either get rated or we get enough new people in that it's like, well, I gotta explain it. And I don't know why, for some reason every single time I explain it I almost seem to get worse at it. I think you suggested last time that I record a video of myself explaining it, so the next time I have to explain it I just hit play and it'll explain the whole thing. Maybe. Let's see here. Great mechanic idea. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. That is for sure a unique idea. I love it. Yeah. It's taken a bit to try and refine it and get it quite right. It is definitely a project that I have been technically working on for years now, and I just have never been able to get it quite right. And I think I finally got the formula right. We'll see. I'm hoping to have a demo out in like the next month or so, and then I guess we'll see what happens at that point. But yeah. So you have to beat their AC to get to attack them, but then how does the attack work? Oh, well, I guess I did explain that. Sorry, I should have been paying attention to the chat while I was explaining it. Technically correct, the best kind of correct. I think so far I've developed like 60-ish spell cards for my game. That is impressive. That is a lot. Let's see, the Grimoire sounds nice. Thank you. Do you upgrade your deck also? So we thought about doing some kind of deck building, and then we decided against it. Depending on how well this project does, and if we do a second one, like a sequel, I might do some deck building, but for now, and I can actually pull this up, it's definitely changed a lot since I implemented this, but this was going to be the safe room of the tomb. So basically it was just going to be a spot in the tomb as you were going along, and you could get to the safe room here, and there would be a dice vendor, so like you could buy and sell dice, and then you could also accept quests in here, and you would also have your spell book. And so this is like the general idea that we're still going for. It's going to change quite a bit, but yeah, so general idea here is as you're building out your spells, you will put in the d20s into these different spell slots. So you got Pyro, Geo, Necro, Hydro. I've accidentally reversed them a little bit though, because I want it to be Pyro, Geo, Hydro, and then Necro will be the fourth one. So the dice look a little bit messed up because I've renamed the dice, but I haven't renamed the card graphics, and so they're still a little bit messed up. But anyway, all of that will be fixed eventually. So yeah, so basically the general idea is, you know, if you had a 1 in here, you would drag another 1, and then all of a sudden your Pyro cards are doing 2 damage each. And if I were to throw another 1 on there, so 2 2s make a 3, it's now doing 3 damage. But then on top of that, you could also do something like, you know, put a 3 in there, and now it's doing 6 damage. And if you threw another 1 in there, it would now be doing 7 damage. And the general idea is, you know, it wouldn't be called Pyro, Pyro, Pyro. Even the first one wouldn't just be called Pyro. It would be called something like Fireball. And then if you threw another one in, it would be Giant Fireball. And then throw another one in, and it would be Massive freaking Fireball or something like that. We're going to have to name all the spells. I also kind of want to maybe open it up to the player being able to name their spells. So as you discover new spells, like combinations, you'll be able to name them whatever you want. Because that's the other thing, is that like you don't just have to stick with fire. Control. Here comes your favorite part. So basically it would be, you know, you can mix and match as well. So if you were to take a Geo dice and put it into your Pyro, you now have Pyro Geo, but it's not, again, not Pyro Geo, but it would be something like Lava. So you'd have a level 6 lava spell. And then if you were to throw a level 3 Hydro dice in there, it would be, you know, because you've got like Pyro, of course it's going to say it's Necro, but this would be technically Hydro. So you'd have Pyro, Hydro, Geo. So this would be like flowing lava or something like that. So yeah, so depending on the different elemental combinations you put into these different spell slots, it will change the spell that it is. And so, you know, and kind of like what I'm hoping to do is like when you discover these new combinations, you'll be able to go in and name them whatever you want. It would have a default name, but then you could change the name if you wanted to. And then that way in your spell book, you could then go through. So you would basically have 4 equipped spells that you would then go into the dungeon with. And yeah. And then when you come out of the dungeon, that's when you would go through, you'd upgrade things. You'd be like, oh, I need my Necro spell to be a little bit stronger. I want to add some fire to my Necro spell, so it's doing a little bit extra to, you know, the Geo type monsters and all that fun stuff. So anyway, again, I feel like I explained that absolutely horribly, but hopefully that all makes sense. So yeah, I feel like we've got a lot of partially working systems all kind of working together, and I just need to merge them all together and get them working. And yeah, we'll get there. We will get there. Let's see here. Town looks rad. Thank you. Yeah, it's that was another one. Kind of like I was saying in the very beginning, when it comes to pixel art, I'm sometimes. If I'm feeling very creative and inspired, I can, you know, do something like this where I can make a town that looks like this. And if I'm not feeling creative and inspired, then I make things that look like this, and it's so. But anyway, yeah. I don't know why, but it gives me Daggerfall / D&D vibes, and that is 100% the vibes that I'm going for. I'm hoping that we can kind of have those kinds of vibes. Like and yeah, general idea and vibe is kind of like that old school, you know, like I was saying, late 80s, early 90s, early to mid 90s, like old RPG type vibes is what I'm going for. Remember, you're supposed to sit down and record your spiel. I know, and I'll get there. I will get there. I will record the whole spiel. I'll make sure that it's all perfect so that I can just hit play. It'll explain it all, and it'll be good. Maybe. Autumn__ says, "You got this, Moon Man." Thank you. I appreciate that. I've seen some streams have a exclamation command that does a little paragraph. Yeah, I need to actually figure out how to do that, because I've noticed for the longest time I had no idea what was going on, because people would come in here and they'd be like, exclamation Discord, and then nothing would happen. I'm like, what is that? Like, and the first few times I was like, oh yeah, here's the Discord, and they're like, oh, I thought it would automatically give me the link to the Discord. And I'm like, well, I should probably get that fixed. So yeah, I need to figure that out, see how we can actually get that working, so I can actually explain what's happening, what's going on, and then also, you know, figure out ways to help people get linked to the Discord and all that fun stuff. So we'll get there. We will get there. But anyway, yeah. So Tyovo, I'm gonna assume it's Tyovo, and Els Dragoon. I appreciate the follows. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. TK Gamers, welcome TK Gamers. Remember the jam I was talking about? The theme will be revealed in like 50 minutes. Ooh, coming up fast. Coming up real fast. Do they have any voting on the theme, or is it just something that's going to be completely secret until they actually reveal it? Firebolt, Fireball, Meteor. Yeah, and that, yeah, somewhere around there, something like that is kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, my wife has told me that she really wants to help out with the naming of the spells. So I am definitely going to want to open it up to the community, you know, everybody on YouTube, everyone on Twitch, allow like all of us to kind of come together and come up with some names. But I also know that my wife would kill me if I didn't let her name at least a few. So, yeah, so we'll definitely have to go through. We're going to name all the spells. Because again, like, what was it again? Because there's 4 spells. There's 2 dice slots, 2 extra dice slots. Well, I guess technically 3 per.
Thanks for the follow, The Grand Shark.
Oh my goodness, do you know what this means? That's what it means. We hit our goal.
We reached our followers goal of 120. Thank you, everyone.
Absolute thank you. I appreciate that. Oof. I never thought we would reach 120. I never thought we'd reach 100. I'm surprised we even reached 10, to be completely honest. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, welcome. Glad you're here. Come on in. Yeah, I want to say it was something like it was going to be like 60-ish something spell types that you could discover and learn. You've got the 4 default. Ooh. Me naming spells, magic missile. I mean, you can't go wrong with it, right? I mean, maybe something maybe a little less potentially copyrighted. But other than that, yes. Free text to speech for all. Thank you, Autumn__. I appreciate that. Look at you doing your modding stuff. So, okay, so yeah, so it's... So I believe it's 4 times 12. Nah, I can't think of what. If someone is good at math and you can figure out how many different spells there would be based off the fact that these are the 4 default, and then if you were to add 1 more dice here, that would be 2 different spells. If you had another dice here, that would be 3 spells. And then if there were different elements, that would be a new spell. Swap the elements so that the same elements but in a different way, that would be a new spell. It's a lot. It's a lot of different spells. So one of these days I will get the actual... I'll actually figure out exactly how many spells it could be. But anyway, cool. Well, I'm gonna get back to the pixel art for now. But yeah, again, thank you all the new people that are here. I appreciate it. You know, if you're having a good time here, I'm glad. Glad you're having a good time. The Grand Shark says, sounds like permutation. Arrangement of its members in a soup. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, absolutely. I was like, I recognize the word, but I'm like, what the freak does that mean? Okay, yes, absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna start making this flow. I think we're just gonna go right to left. Shouldn't be too bad. Should not be too bad. So that is just the line. This is the actual blood underneath. And then this is, if we delete the mask, it just goes over top. So general idea is I think we're gonna do something like this. If we do the lightest here, I almost kind of want to like turn off. Now let's just disable that. We're gonna close that. We're gonna do something like this. It goes a little something like this. So we're gonna need to do, oh man, yeah, how's this gonna work? I think we need to do you. Like, I don't want it to become too obvious of patterns. I think that should be all right. And then we'll do one darker. And again, one darker. Okay. So then that means be the darkest. Means we need to go lightest, darker, darker. That's not quite right. Crap. So we need to go there. Yeah. The lightest would be there, which means you're there and you're there. Okay, that should be right. 8 across. Yeah. Okay. So light, dark, darkest. Light, dark, darker, darkest. And again, for anyone new here, I am no pixel artist by any stretch of the imagination. I just throw things at the wall and eventually hope they stick. As a general idea of what we're going for here is I'm trying to create a flowing animation type feel. We'll see what happens. Just have to make sure I get these patterns right. You. Okay. Then we should be able to delete that. Just start duplicating this. Let's duplicate it one more time. We should only have to move it over 4.
Lazula 980 says, looks good, Moon Man, way more intentional.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's well, we'll see. So yeah, so general idea is we would then be able to come in here, and if we did, oh, let's turn that back on. And if we were to do something like this, it would be like, yeah, I think that would feel a lot better. So let's kind of go like general size would be about here-ish. I guess we could zoom in just a little bit, but this should get the job done. So we go over here. Yeah, so it should be something like this. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Not bad at all. if we wanted to, we don't necessarily have to. No, never mind. I was thinking we could somehow like have it kind of like bob up and down a little bit, but no, I don't think so. Okay, so what we need to do now then is we need to do a little something like this. I feel like it's actually now too empty feeling, so let's fix that. Let's fix that. So I think what we need to do, and this is on the actual pool itself. So we're gonna do 46 by 16. Nope. So we get rid of that, filled in with that. That should be fine, and then basically we want to grab all of that. Nope. I'm gonna grab these bottom pixels here. Move those up one. Yeah, I think that should be all right. Lazarla says, gotta get to bed. Have a nice stream. Thank you for being here, Lazarla. I was gonna try and say thanks for being here and Lazarla at the same time. Yeah, I apologize. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Go get some rest, and hopefully we'll see you on the Sunday stream. So, good luck. Good luck with the rest of your week, too. Either way, whether you're here on Sunday or not, good luck with the rest of your week. I didn't want that to sound like I was only wishing you luck if you were. Goodbye. Oh, let's see here. I am so sorry, Control. Let's see. Maybe I should start streaming just to keep myself from jumping ship so easy. That's an interesting insight. Oh! That is a very old message, because I remember when we were talking about that. I am so sorry. Yes. I mean, my reasons for starting to stream were twofold. One was, I was like, if I am streaming this and putting this out there, it'll kind of help hold me accountable. Now, to be fair, for the first couple weeks, like, I didn't have anyone watching, obviously. Like, I literally had just started. But, like, it was, like, within just a couple weeks, you know, I started having people jump in. You know, Jesse found me, Loki found me, and I was like, okay, like, we got a couple people, like, can't let them down. But especially now, I'm like, okay, now I really can't let everybody down. There's a few more people now. And, yeah, so it definitely is helpful. I will say that. It is very helpful knowing that there are other people that are, like, expecting the game to actually be done at some point in time. I'm like, well, gotta do it. Can't be being lazy now and not doing it, so. Yeah, definitely helpful to do. Crap. Alright, I feel like I need to move that up. Alright, move that up. Move that up. But not all of it. Just some of it. I need to make it less deep. Yeah. Okay, so if I reveal these pixels underneath, and then I hide those pixels and these pixels, should be in a better shape, I hope. Tiki Gamer says, I found you the 31st of December. That is true. That's true. You did find me on, like, I think it was literally like me starting my second week. Because I started streaming December 18th. And then I think I did 1 week. And then it was Christmas. So I think I did like 1 day that week of Christmas. Yeah, I think it was like the next week. That is true. One of the OGs you are. And you're still around. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will raise a toast of apple juice to you. That's all we have left in the house. Is apple juice. Apple juice or water. I decided to go with some apple juice. Okay. I think that should be good. I'm also trying to decide the flow of it. I almost kind of like it going, because we got that way. Okay. We also have this way. Huh. Both feel okay. I don't know which way we're going to flow now. Crap. I'm almost thinking we go to the right. All right, yep. It's official. We're going to the right. Cool. Axel says, I believe I found you relatively early on. Oh my gosh. I found you relatively early, I believe. That's true. I think you... Because it was January, wasn't it? It was like sometime like early January. So yeah, within the first few weeks as well. I'll join G Develops Jam depending on the theme. If I like it, I'm in. If I don't, then nah. Totally understandable. No worries at all. Yeah, it's and you know, there's no point in joining a jam if you're not feeling the theme, you know? If you don't feel it, then there's no point in trying to do something creative if you're not wanting to do that creative thing. So yeah, absolutely. I would say no worries there, and hopefully it's a good theme. Autumn__ is back. Hey, Moonman, working on getting some chat commands in, but might take a while. Remind me later to message you about moderator/admin access on Streamlabs, which might let me be able to take some of your burden off. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out, because yeah, I know, I mean, I have a couple things set up. Yeah, I'll let you know. It was late January. I was still on the boats and wasn't that far. I wasn't that far to making my music. I think Cascade had just released. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like late January. So yeah, like quite literally like within a month of me starting streaming, which again is like just crazy to me, especially considering the last time that I tried to build a YouTube channel and like get a following, it was like quite literally like 2 years that I had spent uploading the videos of like gameplay footage and all that stuff. And I was just like, I took forever. And then here, like, I'm like, what are we at now? Like 700-ish, like 777. Hey, we're at 777 subscribers. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, kind of nuts. Winter says, hey ya. Welcome, Winter. Glad you're here. Come on in. Come in late. Had a busy evening. No worries at all. I know that life can be crazy. Can get a little bit busy. That's totally fine. Welcome. Glad you're here. Sorry that you've had a busy evening. Hopefully it wasn't like a bad busy though. 'Cause bad busy can suck. So hopefully it wasn't that. All right. A good busy. Okay. Good. Yeah, bad busy can suck. So glad that it wasn't that. All right, so now we just need to apply this to all of the other obelisks that we have, or the chalices, whatever we're going to call them eventually. I'm also now realizing, so with the obelisks we have 6 frames of animation for the like teleportation fiery stuff going on. The blood flow, we have 4 frames of animation. Balls. Okay, well, what are our options? Our options are to either... How many colors do we have in our color palette? Is it 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we could just use the entire red color palette to do the blood. Yeah. All right, we're changing this up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, jeez, I forgot. That's huge. Okay, so we need to go you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Let's get rid of that. There we go. Tiki Gamer says, hey, do you know how can I get more players for my game? Someday I have like 8 to 10 players, then a week with no players, not even a single view. I don't. Nothing like set in stone anyway. I mean, like, I would have things that I could suggest. So the thing is, like, you know, if you post your game, it will actually sometimes get picked up. So itch will sometimes promote newer games. Like there's like a new game section and it will promote it in that section. But as soon as your game is no longer new, it's just no longer in that section. And so unless people just happen across it, they're not going to ever see it. And there are literally like tens of thousands of games on itch. So a couple things you can do is, even if you don't really update too much about it, but if you like push out some kind of update to your game, just so it can like have, because they also have like a newly updated section. If people are following you, they'll get emails letting them know like, hey, you know, an update has been pushed out for this game from this person you follow. So it'll kind of like keep people, it'll keep reminding them that the game is there. That could be something you could do. The other thing you could do is utilize social media as much as possible. And remember that posting and reposting things is not a bad thing. You know, if like make a post about the game, you know, use whatever hashtags you need to. If there's other pages you can tag, you can do that as well. And then if you just post that again every day, anyone who didn't see the post before, like maybe if someone, you know, sees the multiple posts, like it might get a little bit frustrating for them, but it's not going to be the end of the world. But it'll help get more people who haven't seen that post get their eyes on the post, which then take them to the game. So those would be my suggestions, are things like that. Just keep promoting it, keep talking about it, and hopefully should get more people in there. Yeah, honestly, it's just a matter of who sees the game, who doesn't, you know, who's going to actually know that it's there. And it's kind of a hard thing to control. It's possible, but it is kind of difficult to control. If I knew the ultimate secret, though, I definitely 100% would tell you. I don't know the secret. Do not know the secrets to those things. Okay. I'm trying a different method this time to try and get the randomization going here. We'll see if it works. Okay, so I think that should be enough to keep the pattern from being seen too much. Maybe. I don't know. All right, so we duplicate that. Let's get that over there. Duplicate it again. Add over to there. And that should be enough. And we will trim off the edges. Get that in there. Whoa. What is happening there? Is that a part of this? No. Oh, we need that to be, there we go. All right. Now we should be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, now I almost feel like going to the left now makes more sense. Yep, all right. Now we're changing the direction of it. Okay, cool. Let's do, let's resize that to 400. Awesome. And now we will copy. Is it all of this? Plus the pool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, we need the pool in here. Yeah. Okay. We need to save this one as PNG. Obelisk 3. Go. And then we need to copy this and this. Come over here to 3-1. What? This is not centered? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So then the pool needs to go beneath that. There we go. That's better. Okay, all right, there we go. Perfect. Let's see what we got here. Command add test. This is a test response. Command add test. This is a test response. Straight. Well, I think I might just need straight up access. Totally understandable. Don't worry about it right now, Moon Man. Let's talk later. Absolutely will. 15 minutes to go before the theme is revealed. Getting really excited. That is extremely exciting. Oh, okay. So the reveal drops at midnight, my time. It's gonna be really exciting. Oh, I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed that it's gonna be a good theme. All right. So, general idea. We need this. Of course. Absolutely. So let's just save this as obelisk 3-1. Whatever that thing is. There we go. It's obelisk 3-1. Let's actually, I'm going to back these up. I'm going to back them up because I don't want to risk losing all of this stuff. Let's copy those. We're going to put that into old assets. Oh, that's right. Crap. Can I just rename them? Let me decide. Replace the files. Of course I can't. Just obelisk 3 old. Obelisk 3-1 old. Old. Okay, where the crap did the other obelisk go? Okay, there we go. Yeah, obelisk 3. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so that means we should then be able to come over here. We copy those, put them in here. All right, and back over here, we should be able to then save this as obelisk 3-1. Yes, okay. All right, so we copy that. Come over here to 3-2. Pool underneath the obelisk. Oh dear. Pool underneath the obelisk. We go. Please don't tell me that I didn't center this. Okay, it is centered. What the absolute crap? Why? Okay, here's that. Okay, I don't know. All right, so where does the pool need to be? So it needs to be up 4. No, it needs to be down. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I am so smart. No. Oh, Photoshop, why? Let me just drag these things around. Okay, 3-1. There we go. 3-2. Now this one, we need to move the pool over 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Save that as obelisk 3-2. Okay. Tiki Gamer says, bye for now. I will be back after the theme reveal. No worries at all. Good luck. Hopefully it's a good one. Okay, so I'll copy that stuff. We go like this, paste you in there. Cool goes below there. This down and over. Right. Yeah. And then we move this over. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, what control says. Hope it's fun. Fingers crossed. All right, and this is obelisk 3-3. Okay. And again, copy that. Come over here. Paste it. That down there. Center it. Go. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is definitely a lot easier than hand drawing it all, but it takes a while to get the whole effect. I'm gonna be really sad if it just doesn't look good at all. Be like, what have I done with my life? So everyone cross your fingers. I hope this will actually look good in engine. Time will tell. Save this as obelisk 5. And last but not least, let's copy that, paste that in here, move that down to there. There. Center it. Okay. Save that as obelisk 3-6. Cool. Awesome. Now, if we come over here, let's go find that freaking obelisk. Oh, let's get out of the safe room. Back to main menu. Okay. Game, yes. Okay, so you're gonna be 25. God, we turned the monsters back on. Let's turn those monsters off. It makes testing so much faster when you don't have the monsters. Or the traps. The traps, not so much. The monsters, they just make it take so much longer. They're fun. For testing, might as well get past them. Alright, let's just head down to room 5. Of course I went a way that you cannot get further down. That is like the 5th time tonight that that the door and the obelisk spawn in the same room. Why? Okay, we're gonna go check that. We are going to go check that right now. RTG spawn. What are you doing in the actual spawning of everything here? Okay, so set the player spawn, set the exit spawn, set the mini boss spawn. I thought that wasn't supposed to happen. It's not. It's not supposed to happen. But I'm now seeing the problem. So I have a check right here. So this is spawning the exit room. And it is saying, make sure that the exit room spawn location is not equal to the player's spawn location. But then on this one, I'm saying, make sure that the mini boss spawn location is not equal to the player's spawn location. So, what we need to do there is we need to add one more condition and say, make sure that the mini-boss spawn location is also not equal to variable 36, which is the other spawn location. There we go. That was easy. That was about as easy as the first thing we started this stream working on was supposed to be. It's supposed to be very quick, very easy. I'm still mad that that thing is not working. Furious. As you can tell by my demeanor. Grr. Okay, so if we come in here, I think it's a little bit too high now, like up in the room. Wait, no, because it's always going to be spawning. Okay, never mind. This is fine. This is fine. So, if we were then to submit a self-blood sacrifice, once it loads all the images, I don't know. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Well, why'd you tell it to happen? I know. I technically did say that it could happen. So, let's see. I was just about to comment about how fast you usually fix bugs, but I completely forgot about the first 2 hours. It's true. Usually with bugs, I can fix it super fast, but yeah, the first 2 hours, it still kills me that I spent half the stream on that freaking issue. It shouldn't have been half the stream, but for some reason it was. Okay. Maybe it's not what the obelisk needs. I was thinking it'd be kind of fun to have the blood. I don't know if I'm feeling it. I don't think I'm feeling it. On a different task for a lot of that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I don't think it feels quite right, you know? I think it was executed fine. I just don't think it fits quite right. Just do less. Yeah, we could maybe make the pool a little bit smaller even. I don't know. Like a little rundown. We could do that as well. Yeah. Have it be, maybe even have like blood coming out of like this center piece here. So instead of having this being like a little purple swirly thing, it looks cool AF. Keep the animation, but don't use it here. Yeah, oh yeah. We definitely will be keeping the whole like flowing animation because we're probably going to use that somewhere else. Yeah, I think for this, we might actually just do like, this is where the blood comes and then it like just kind of drips down the side. And we'll use like the same animation technique where it'll just kind of like be flowing. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. All right, that one should be a quick change / fix. Come in here. We should be able to grab the do. Let's refresh that. We can do something like this. We grab these obelisks. I think. Oh, that's right, because we have these obelisks backed up. You know, just for simplicity's sake, we're just going to go in here, paste those there. We come over here and we're going to grab obelisk, 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 obelisk. Copy that. Come in here, paste that there. Place. And then over in here, for obelisk, this one, we're going to get rid of you and you. Cool. Save you as obelisk 3. Okay. Now, the way we're going to do this is a little bit of something like this. Say, blood flow. Why not? That's a perfect name for a layer in Photoshop. So the blood flow should be a little bit easier. I don't think we even need to resize this thing here. If we copy that, we paste it over here. We do a little bit of this. Actually, what are all these? Okay, so that's the old, that's that. Okay, blood flow. So if we do something like this, 4 pixels. Now we're gonna keep kind of like the same idea where it's, you know, we'll have like darker blood in here. And then as it's coming down, Actually, maybe we'll have it. Yeah, actually, never mind. Okay, so 1, 2. Be 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 there. 5, 6. We go. You. Ooh.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Axel Benedict's Hourly Fun Facts, except it's actually an Albuquerque jump scare, except for me, you know why? Cause I had my tray table up and my seat back in the full upright position, had my tray table up and my seat back in the full upright position, had my tray table up and my seat back in the full upright position, ah ha 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 ah ha ha ah.
Oh, Axel. Gotta love those jump scares. Good old Albuquerque jump scares. That doesn't feel right. Like, not even close. I think I know what I could do. Wait a minute. Okay, I think I know what I could do. I could do a little something like this. Wait. That almost lines up. So I think maybe what we need to do is we need to do something like this. So we go you, and it comes down from there. That feels a little bit better. Yeah, something like that. So then kind of the same thing over here. So we go 2 and 2, then that.
I will give you a small fun fact, too. Nutmeg, in high doses, is a psychedelic.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go into the pantry really quick. Don't nobody go nowhere. We're gonna end this stream in style. With a little bit of nutmeg. A lot of nutmeg. Now, how high of a dose is a high dose of nutmeg? I'm assuming probably more than like a tablespoon. Source? Trust me, bro. Yeah, but you aren't gonna enjoy it. That's true. I could not imagine just eating raw nutmeg. Not, it's kind of like the whole cinnamon challenge. I'm like, I like cinnamon, but I could never just eat a spoonful of cinnamon. That sounds absolutely terrible. Tablespoon should do it. It's been a while. All right, fair enough. Let's do it. Show. That should be that. So then if we do something like this, if we go darkest, that would be you there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I never did it. Took care of some folks while they were, though. Didn't look like my cup of tea. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Okay, so now we just need to get the other side flowing, which I think if we just offset it by 3. So this one on the left is starting on this color. So if we go 1, 2, 3. Sorry, there. You. you. Start over again. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
It gets that property from myristicin. The minimum dosage that can cause a psychogenic effect is around 5 grams of ground nutmeg, which contains 1 to 2 mg of myristicin.
So not too much. Not too much. Making it more tempting. You know, for science. Scientific purposes only. All I would do. All right. So, with that, Myristes? Iristes? Got him. Well, I don't get it, so you technically didn't. I don't know. Oh, wait. Myristicin. Oh my gosh. Alright. You got me.
Myristes nuts.
I get it now. I think that almost makes it worse. Because I literally, I glanced over at Myristicin, and then it clicked. Yeah. I paid 5 bits for that. You did, and I appreciate your nickel. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Actually, is this actually keeping an accurate count as of right now? 1814 bits? I think so. Maybe 1814. I guess we'll find out on the next fun fact. Okay, let's just get this blood flow working, and then we should be good to go. I think here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're going to do. We're not even gonna have blood flow on this first one, so I don't know why I added this in here. Let's get this blood pumping. Exactly. Let's get it pumping. Get this blood going, blood flowing, blood pumping. Okay, so we can get rid of those. Whoa! Get rid of those. Throw that right there. And then if we get rid of that, for now, maybe we go with like a slightly lighter. That is the exact same color. Even more slightly lighter. There we go. Oh, okay, I see the difference now.
Axel_Benedict cheered 6 bits. Make that 1800.
Oh my goodness. No, make that 1820. Axel, you are just crushing it. 1820. Bad. It's not bad at all. Okay. So that should be good on the blood flow there. So we should be able to save this as obelisk 3-1. Okay, there we go. And now, oh, actually, that's going to work out perfectly. When we copy that layer, come in here, and we paste this layer right here. Yeah, right there. And then we delete, and delete, and delete. Now we need to actually make the blood flow. How are we going to do that? General idea. This will be so much easier. No, it's going to be fine. It's going to be all right. So I think what we need to do is just save this darkest red here. And then general idea is we'll just go across and just move them like this. That's going to be easiest. Tedious, but easiest. So I don't know why I saved that, because we literally do not need it. I've got backups of that darkest color all over the place, so Yep, everyone just move in the line. Riveting. Riveting stream to watch, I'm sure. Okay. We got darkest. So we go 1. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Crap. So we need to go back 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. That last one I feel like is going to be the worst of all of them. Okay, this is obelisk 3-2. Go. Copy that one. Never understood that lyric in this song. He's like, speak or death will be your final word. And it's like, I don't think that's how that works. If you don't say anything, then how can death be your final word? Unless as you're dying, you were to say death. I don't think that's how that works. Still a great song. But I'm just saying. Let's see. Axel says it wasn't updating properly on my side. Well, hopefully it's updating properly now. Because yeah, I'm seeing 1820 as your current total. So you know how many I need to get bit number 1. I do. I do. You need, let's see, you need 476 more bits to be 1 bit above where Robbie was. Or I guess is. Or was. I don't know. I don't know what happened to Robbie. I checked my followers and he unfollowed. But I don't know why that would remove him from the leaderboard. I don't know. I do not know. But yeah, I will be surprised if we see Robbie in here again. I don't know why he unfollowed, but it's also possible, like, maybe he deleted his Twitch account. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I do not know. Robbie, if you're out there in the ether, in the great beyond, I hope you're doing all right. Okay. So there is blood flow for 3. 3-3. Just got 3 more to go. 3 more to go. There's more. Ooh.
Axel_Benedict just redeemed stretch.
I actually am definitely going to need to stretch. So, oh, but Autumn, good luck. Thanks for being here. Hopefully have a good night, and we will see you on the Sunday stream. And here we go, the stretch. And, oh, and the other way. Oh, and the best way. Backwards. Oh, man. Oh, my back. I've been sitting funny in the chair, like, basically the entire stream, and so my back is just jacked. Usually, this chair is absolutely fantastic for my back. Which is weird, because, this chair is older than I am. It was manufactured in 1989. Ba-dum. Yeah, it was, yeah. Well, yeah, probably manufactured. So the tag on the bottom, it says that it was shipped from its facility in California in 1989. I believe it was October 1989. So it is 2 years older than I am. And so yeah, I would assume that it wouldn't be a great chair because of that, but it is absolutely fantastic. And as long as I'm like sitting back and relaxing in it, it is like the greatest chair for back problems. Problem though is that I don't know, when I'm doing stuff like this, I'm leaning forward and getting all engaged, and it's a good time. And then it doesn't have time to help my back. There's a random rant I'm sure you all wanted to hear. Okay, so third down. So 1, 2, 3. Go. Wonder if his account got banned. I mean, it's possible. Maybe. I don't know. I guess you never really know what someone might be up to, so it's possible. Could have gotten banned. See, that's the thing is, I'm like, I don't know why anyone would like delete their account. Seems like a kind of extreme thing to do. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Who really knows? No one. No one knows. Wait, are we to the darkest already? The darkest. Oh, alright, there we are. Cool. Alright, we'll save that as 3, 4. 2 to go. Presumably, Robbie does. It's a good point. Robbie would know. So Robbie, if you're out there and you would like to come back and explain what happened to your account, we would all appreciate it. One day. Probably the top cheer number 1 doesn't have a name. That's because that's where Robbie should be. Which is why I'm so confused as to why he's not there. Same thing with the top gifter for like the second top gifter. That is also Blink, because that was also Robbie. So that's where I'm like, it's gotta be that he like deleted his account or it got banned or something. So it's just like, I don't know. Assume the count is gone. Yeah, and that's where I'm like, I feel like it's gotta be more than just he unfollowed. I feel like it's gotta be that like the account is actually gone. Which is why I'm like, okay, either he deleted the account, 1, or he got banned for some reason. Something. I don't know. I do not know. But just on the off chance he ever comes back and watches this particular part of this particular VOD, we miss you, Robbie. Hope you're alright out there. So you are you, so that means you are you. Cool. Oh, we're getting so close. I hope this looks good. Otherwise, if this doesn't look good and we end up not leaving the game, do you know what that will mean, everybody? It's gonna be a sad reality. That means we accomplished next to nothing on this stream. And when I say next to nothing, that means we spun our wheels for 2 hours on a bug, switched over to pixel art, did about an hour and a half on the pool, and that didn't turn out. We'll at least be able to reuse that graphic later somewhere else. And so then, like, if we then come back, and if this doesn't look good in engine, then it's just gonna be like, well, oh well. I guess sometimes you have days like that where it's just like your development is just you spin your tires sometimes, and then you quit. So hopefully that will not be the case. Hopefully this will actually turn out good. Hopefully. But yeah. If not, on the bright side, I guess if nothing else, we can just say we had 4 hours of hanging out, chatting, having a good time, meeting some fun, new, exciting people, and yeah, that will be the legacy for today's VOD that we will leave behind. It's not about the destination, it's about the friends that we made along the way. There we go. That's what we're going for. I just had this horrible fear. Could you imagine if I mixed up a pixel somewhere along this line? Like if I just messed up one pixel somewhere, it's gonna make the whole flow look awful. And yeah. I think think we should be fine. I hope. So help me. If something got off here, like that will be the end of the stream. Like I will be like, okay, we're done. Like I know we're getting close to the end anyway, but I'm just like, if that happens, and if it's obvious, I will add that caveat. If it's an obvious issue, then it's a problem. Let's go find out. Let's go find out together. Room 17. 1717. Okay, blood sacrifice. Well now. That's probably the wrong window for me to be resizing to try and get a better view for you guys. Let's do primary display. We're going to expand. Whoa, primary display. Nope, test play. That's what we want. Yeah, look at that thing. Look at that flowing. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think that's I don't see any jankiness or anything like that. Well, there we go. Perfect. It's I mean, you know, it's serviceable. No, I don't think that looks too bad. I think it looks all right. Yeah. Call it good. Well, on the bright side, we can say tonight was not for naught. Worth it. Yeah, so we're back to just this regular thing, whatever we're gonna call it again. And then you do your blood sacrifice and bam! Eventually we will get rid of those little flashing things. I think I've talked about this before. RPG Maker is not... It's not great at loading assets. Like, it literally will not load anything into RAM until it actually needs to be shown. Which is fine, because it's like one frame where it doesn't show something and then it'll actually show it. The problem is when you're trying to show an animation kind of like this, looks a little weird. So, yeah. Whew. Okay, well, that was exciting. That was a very exciting night. We didn't actually get this done, but we did decide that at least it's reveal room location. Fix it, because location. Fix it. Yeah, I need to figure that out. I have no idea what's going on there. I need to figure it out. I'll get it. I have no idea what's going on there, why it's doing that. Great door entrance decor for mini boss room. Oh, that's right. So right now we have the whole mini boss room, right? And it shows the door to the room with the mini boss, as it should. The thing there is I want there to be something more than just the door. So I'm kind of thinking I might add maybe like take some of these torch graphics or something like that, and I will add it to it just so it has a little bit more going on, so it's not just a static door. You know, add a little bit of variety and excitement to it. So we didn't do that tonight either. That's fun. Is there anything that we can mark off the list? Dice not showing when they are dropped after killing a monster. Okay, we're gonna fix that bug. Okay, so where's the problem? So you kill the monster. So hit monster, dead monster. That's the whole shaking the monster thing. Add slay monsters quest. Add item drop. It's dropping item 26 or picture 26. Okay. And then it erases picture 26. Why is it doing what? I think if anything we should do, if dead monster is on, else item drop. We're just gonna put that there. Okay, there we go. Let's turn the monsters back on. Oh, that's actually another thing we can do. Okay, so right now the monsters are currently spawning 1 through 4, but we now have, so I didn't actually ever show anyone like the new monsters. So like the bats, you saw some of the slimes, but we need monsters 1 through 8, 8 through 1, however you want to say it. Yeah, throw those back in there. Let's also turn the monsters back on so we can all see these new monsters, these horrible abominations. No, they're fine. There's nothing crazy about them, but okay. That was quite the luck. All right, saw the slimes already. We don't care about the slimes. Get out of here, slime. We don't care about you. 19, that should be good. 20. Oh, sucker. More slimes. Why did I draw? I was already beating him. 8. Oh, he's got a 20. 12. 10 and 15. 19. There we go. Yeah, there we go. We got a bat. A very rough looking bat. It's not my best work. It's not my best. To be fair though, all right, so take a look at that bat. I'm going to pull up really quick. Let's see, where would this be? F drive? No. E drive? Steam program files? Steam? Where the freak would this be installed? Is it just on C drive? Program files? Steam apps? Common? RPG Maker? No. Where the crap is this thing? Is it on G drive? Where are my Steam games? I mean, it doesn't help that I have them like across a couple different drives, but yeah, that's just 7 Days to Die. Steam library, Steam apps, common, RPG Maker, MZ. Holy crap, that took forever to get to. Okay. Jeez. Also, what the freak is going on back there? What the? There we go. That was fun. Okay, let's do new data, images, enemies. Wait, is it MZ? Now I can't remember. This would be the bat. I think this is actually MV. Okay, never mind. Common, RPG Maker, MV, new data, images, enemies. Okay, yeah. Then bat. There we go. So basically, I took this image here and pixelized it, got rid of a bunch of, like, turned it into, this. So, it's you can kind of see the resemblance. It's not easy to take this and turn it into something more pixely and basic looking. And then also flapping the wings. That one, I was just like, I'm terrible at perspective, and so trying to get the perspective right on the wings, I was just like, I don't know, yeah. Loki says, don't know if you saw the message, but I did put a thing in the creator corner. Oh, I have not looked at that yet, but I will be looking at that when I get off the stream. I feel like there's a lot that I need to catch up on the Discord server, so. Anyway, yeah, so that is that. So it went from that to this guy. As you know. For better or worse. I don't know if it's something that's gonna actually stick. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Oh my gosh, I just realized why does this guy have so much health? What is happening? Do you see how little I'm doing? He's got more health than the friggin' mini boss. What? I'm gonna die to this freaking bat. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, good to know. It's a feature. Yeah, apparently. Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay. All right. I added the images, but I never came in here to the enemies and updated. So I literally still just have the slimes. And then here it's the defaults of 100 HP and 10 attack. Whereas the mini boss has 5 HP. That seems low. 5 HP, 21 defense, 2 attack. Yeah, something like that. I think I need to actually reconfigure the mini boss again, eventually anyway. That is neither here nor there. Okay, so we fixed the bug of dice not showing when they are dropped from killing a monster. That is fixed now, though. That's good to go. Whew. All right. Let's see. Add dripping blood to obelisk. But it's not an obelisk anymore. We're gonna call it something else. Yes, the dripping blood, that was fixed. Yeah, that was about it. That was about it. It's over 9,000. Could be. Could be. Okay, cool. Speaking of over 9,000, this is... Okay, I know that this is like huge, crazy side tangent. We're gonna do this just really quick, and then the stream's gonna end. So, Jetpack Joyride. For anyone who remembers this game, good old Jetpack Joyride. If you... Actually, I could possibly even do a little bit of dish. Go to youtube.com. And then if we go to playables, where the freak those are. Where are they on here? Okay, fine. Fine, whatever. How about this? Jetpack Joyride, YouTube, playable. There we go. Alright, so for anyone who didn't know this, and like if you know Jetpack Joyride, but you, oh my gosh. I just take me to the end screen. Also, turn off the sound. That is terrible. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Take me to the thing. Oh my gosh. Gonna take me through all of the tutorial. Yay, tutorials. No, you can't make me. I'm gonna hit the zapper. Yeah. Are you kidding me? What? It doesn't let you hit the zappers during the tutorial. Let me hit a zapper. You're awesome. Now you're ready. Fly as far as you can. Oh, I will fly as far as I possibly can. That is as far as I can fly. Okay. Anyway, this is because of Loki's comment. So anyway, the whole over 9,000 thing. If you know Jetpack Joyride, oh my goodness, we have been rated by Zed
Welcome Zed Shaw and your 60 amazing audience members.
I feel like this is an awkward time for everyone to be coming in here, but welcome everyone. Welcome to the raid. We are going over a reference in Jetpack Joyride. So welcome. Hello once again. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's doing all right. Yeah, so a reference was made by Loki in chat, and this just popped into my head, and so I was going to pull up Jetpack Joyride for anyone who remembers Jetpack Joyride. But yeah, so if you go into the costumes, and you can find the... wherever it is... Where is it? Wait, did they take it out of this version? I'm going to be so mad if they did. Well, this is embarrassing. Anyway, well, they probably took it out for copyright reasons. They used to have a Super Saiyan outfit that you could purchase, and it was 9,001 coins because it's over 9,000. Yeah, I guess they took it out. Oh wait, no, that's clothing. Is it the heads? No, that's... Well... Alright, in the original version, I swear it was there. I swear it was. You're gonna have to trust me. Well, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Again, yes, Zed Shaw, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. How'd your stream go? Hopefully it went well. Look, says
Thanks
sure.
for the follow, Dragon House Party.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I swear it was. 100% it was. Yes. I am sorry to say that the stream is just about over. Yeah, it was a good but a somewhat rough night. We kind of spun our wheels for about 2-ish hours on a bug that I just could not figure out. So kind of switched over, did some pixel art stuff, got some of that implemented, fixed another couple of other little bugs, but yeah, just about done. Went well, did some UI work, and had some fun. So there you go. As long as you had fun, that is half the battle. Darn, can you show the game? Is it working? Absolutely it is. Let me pull that up really quick. So I just want to make sure, I'm pretty sure, actually, I need to update this actually. Let's get this. So I recently added some new enemies and I forgot to update their stats here. Let me get that updated here really quick. And here, got a spawn that spawns properly. Okay, cool. Okay, if we come over here, let's get this thing pulled up, and there we go. So, yeah, so for anyone who wasn't here on the raid last time, we'll go over really quickly what we got working here in the game. So, general idea, it is a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG, and we're kind of going for that like late 80s, early 90s kind of vibe for dungeon crawler. So, very, very simple aesthetic, mechanics, all that fun stuff. But yeah, so it's a randomly generated dungeon, and you go room to room collecting magical dice and fighting monsters. The twist, though, is the combat is based on Blackjack. And so if we find a monster here, the way the combat works is you will draw your cards, the monster draws their cards, and it basically, so what the monster draws is basically their armor class. And so I need to draw at least a 20 to be able to hit. My guess is I'm probably going to bust, because I highly doubt I'm going to draw a 20 or above. 18, 24. So if I bust, the monster gets an opportunity of attack. But if I draw either as much or more, because I decided to make it so the player actually wins the ties. So since we're both 18, I have the opportunity to attack. So I can attack, and there we go. I can attack him. And yes, that's how the general combat works. There are going to be mini bosses in the tomb. We've got them working, but then I took them out and then reworked them a little bit. And now I'm working on getting them put back in. So they're not quite back in the dungeon yet. But there will be mini bosses where you'll be playing Blackjack more proper against them. So it'll be kind of, same idea. You draw you draw your 2 cards. The monster will draw their 2 cards, but you only see the top card. So if you know Blackjack, it works just like it would there. And so then you'll draw up until the point where you're comfortable. So anything below 21. And then when you stand, then the monster or the dealer will have their chance to then draw their cards. And so long as they don't go over 21, and so long as they are above what you have drawn, then they get to attack. But if you have drawn above what they draw, or if they bust, then you get to attack. So, if you're familiar with Blackjack, it's very, very basic of how it all works. But yeah, so you'll just be going around fighting monsters, and the D20s. So the D20s are magical D20s. They are linked to different elements. So if you'll notice the suits on the cards and the colors, it's not just black and red. So you've got 4 different elements. You've got Pyro, Geo, Hydro, and Necro. So red, Pyro, blue is Hydro, purple is Necro, and then green is Geo. And so, yeah, so basically there will be a spell book, which I can show you in just a little bit, but there'll be a spell book that you'll use your D20s to be able to upgrade your spell slots and be able to do more damage. And so for each card you've drawn, so say for example, just like these, I suppose, and more, and there we go. So say for example, this green card, the Geo card, will be linked to my Geo spell. So whatever spell level it is at, that's how much damage it'll do. So right now everything's just level 1, so everything's doing 1 damage. Like, so if I were to attack right now, it would do 2 damage to the monster, because each card is doing 1 damage. So that's how that kind of works. But if I were to upgrade my spell slots, and let's say my Necro suit is then doing 10 damage, for every Necro card I attack with, it'll do 10 damage plus, whatever my Geo cards are doing. yeah, so that is that. And then general loop of the game right now. Let me just pull up this variable so I can see. So we're going to room 20. So yeah, so general loop of the game right now is collect dice, kill the monsters, find the room exit, which I am heading to right now. So if we can get out of here. I am so sorry. It is late and I am slurring my words, which you would think that maybe I had had a lot to drink or something, but I've just been drinking apple juice. Anyway, so if we get to room 20, there will be it used to be an obelisk, kind of changed the art a little bit, and it is now something. We're trying to decide exactly what it's going to be. We've kind of come up with a couple names, but no 100% serious name yet. But anyway, so yeah, so you'll find one of these. This is basically your teleportation. I'm just going to keep calling it an obelisk. But yeah, your teleportation obelisk. So you can either go down to the next floor with this, or you can return to town. So the way you'll be able to activate it, though, is you can either do a self blood sacrifice. So if you're just like, I just want to get to the next floor, take me to the next floor, you can do a blood self sacrifice. Or you can attune to the obelisk, and it will guide you toward the floor's mini boss. And so if you kill the floor mini boss, it'll activate this. Or you can just, again, do a self blood sacrifice and be able to exit the floor. So if we do that, and again, it's all very much still in development. So yeah, so if we submit a self blood sacrifice, we'll be able to activate it. It does a weird flashing thing because I still haven't implemented it 100% yet. And yeah, you've done your blood sacrifice, and now you can go through the portal, and it's gonna look not great because I'm still working on stuff. And then there you go. Now you're on the next floor. And as you progress through the floors, the monsters will get a little bit harder. There'll be different loot that you'll find. And yeah. So that is about that. Let's see. Zede Shaw says, looking good, man. Love the art. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been fun to make. Pixel art is not my strongest of suits, but I can work with it somewhat. So, you know, I've been able to make basically everything you see. I did not make this character. I eventually will be replacing that character. But then, like, you know, the monsters I did but didn't make, they were taken from another asset pack that is used for this engine that I'm using. Like, it comes shipped with the engine, but then I had to like pixelate it and animate it and all that fun stuff. So it's like, for the most part, most everything that you see I did make, but then there are some things that I had to pull from other stuff. But anyway, so yeah, so, and then like, you know, there's other smaller things, like you can merge your D20s to make larger, like more powerful D20s as you go along, collecting more. Yeah, and then eventually we get over here to the old safe room. So this is what we used to have. We are going to be replacing it eventually. But yeah, so basically we've got the safe room here, and it was a place for you to be able to buy and sell items. It was going to be a place for you to be able to pick up quests. So right now they're all very generic, just kind of placeholder quests, like killing X number of monsters, disarming X number of traps, exploring X number of rooms, that kind of thing. There is more of a plan for like an actual storyline and story quests and things like that to eventually be added once we get our town added, which I will go over very briefly in just a second. But the other thing that you'll be able to do, and it won't be here, it'll be outside of the tomb in the town, is you'll have your spell book. This is like the rough draft of how it'll all work. But yeah, so you've got your 4 different elements, your Pyro, Geo, Necro, Hydro. You can ignore these 2 being accidentally swapped. I updated some of the dice graphics and decided that I was going to have it go Pyro, Geo, Hydro, Necro, and so I swapped the graphics, but I haven't swapped the names or anything like that yet. Anyway, general idea is with your spell slots, you'll be able to mix and match and create your own kind of spells. So right now, you know, they're all just their basic default spells. They're not actually just called Pyro. It would be called something like Fireball, Small Stone, stuff like that. Then as you add dice, so if I were to add another Pyro dice here, this would be like Giant Fireball. And then if I added a third one, it would be like Enormous Fireball or Nuclear Blast or something like that. But then if you were to mix and match, so like say, for example, if I were to pull these out and if I were to put a Geo in there, here we go with the explanation again. If you were to put a Geo in there, the fire and the earth would become like lava or something like that. And then if you were to put a Hydro in there, it would become flowing lava, something to that effect. And then it also will determine how you put the dice in. So if I were to just swap, so same elements, just put in differently, just swapped them around, and this will become a whole new spell at that point. So yeah, so hopefully that would also be a fun mechanic as well for people to be able to mix and match their dice and be able to come up with new spells. The hope right now is like we would have some default names for the spells, but then also allowing the players to, one, discover the spells as you mix and match and figure the spells out, but then two, being able to go in and name your spells yourself. Yeah, so that is the spell book. And then eventually, once we get there, I'm hoping we'll be able to get there soon. We are going to be working on adding a town. So this will just kind of be like the viewport that you see of the town. You won't actually be able to like go into the different houses, but it'll just kind of be like here's a view of the town itself. And then you'll just kind of choose which place you want to interact with. And it'll be like a place like an inn, a blacksmith, the shopkeep, things like that, and you'll just be able to like interact with town people from this view kind of thing. So yeah, I think that's everything. I think I hit on everything. Fingers crossed. Hopefully I did. So, but anyway, yeah, so like I said, I apologize. It's definitely towards the end of the stream, unfortunately. But I do appreciate the raid. It is very much so appreciated. And yeah, so if that sounds like a fun or interesting or exciting project that any of you would be interested in, make sure to leave a follow, because yeah, we work on it 3 days a week. So every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday night. Well, night, my time, may not be your time. And yeah, cool. Well, I think that's about it. So again, definitely towards the end of the stream, feeling a bit tired. I think I'm gonna get off and head to bed. I've got to be up in the next about 4.5 hours to start getting ready for work, so gonna be a fun day tomorrow. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, Zede Shaw says, great work so far. I'll try to catch you next time and watch. Have a good night. Thank you, I appreciate that. I think I followed you last time you raided. I did not. Well, there we go, now I'm following. So yeah, the next time you go live, definitely want to catch what you're working on, and it should be a good time. So okay, cool. Well, I think we've had a pretty decent week so far. This is definitely not everything we worked on, but it was a decent amount. I think it was basically from here up. Or maybe we didn't do the Yahtzee stuff this week. Somewhere around here. We worked on a decent amount of stuff this week, so got some good stuff done. Definitely going to be working on the one horrible bug that we could not get this stream. Definitely going to be working on that off stream, probably over the weekend. See if I can get that figured out, because that was just an absolute pain, and I will not make you all sit through that again next week of me just scratching my head and running into a wall over and over and over again. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, all right, cool. Well, again, I'm going to take off. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you so much. I hope everyone has a great rest of your weeks, and we will hopefully see you all on the next stream on Sunday. So till then, take care, good luck, and we will see you all then. Oh my goodness, Geek Gamers, I totally forgot. You're still alive. I'm assuming you're saying idiot. You're not an idiot. The theme will be revealed at 11:55 p.m. Not a. Well, I want to hear all about the theme next time, and I want to hear if you're actually going to join the jam or not. Yeah. All right. Okay. Take care, everyone. Good luck. We'll see you all on Sunday. Control, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the chats, for everyone hanging out. It was a good time. Loki, if you're still here, appreciate it. And yeah, okay. Now I'm going to go. Whew. It's been a good one. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.